The House will be in order. The chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., April 9th, 2024. I hereby appoint the Honorable Mike Ezell to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of House of January 9, 2024, the chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and minority leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes. But in no intent shall debate continue longer than 1:50 p.m. The chair will receive a message. Madam Secretary.
Directed by the President of the United States to deliver to the House of Representatives messages in writing.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, as I travel throughout central and western Pennsylvania, I hear from constituents about the struggle to find electric vehicle charging stations and how they are often forced to wait hours for a charge when traveling long distances. Situations like this highlight the fact that our electric grid infrastructure is not prepared to handle President Biden's reckless electric vehicle mandates. These mandates would force more than 2/3 of new vehicles sold by 2033 to be electric. Despite more than 75% of Americans' strong opposition to EV mandates, the Biden administration is continuing its brutal attempt to force Pennsylvania families to purchase cars that they do not want, to purchase vehicles that they cannot afford. Last year, 92% of vehicles purchased were gas-powered cars, trucks, and SUVs. Complying with backwards regulations would require a 600% increase in the sale of electric vehicles within the next 8 years. We know that these vehicles cannot handle the rugged terrain and the harsh winters that we see in Pennsylvania. It's time to put a stop to Green New Deal EV policies that will strain our electric grid, make travel unaffordable and unattainable, and ultimately hurt all American families. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this week, the House will send impeachment articles against Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas to the Senate. By failing to follow the law, by failing to secure our borders, Secretary Mayorkas has put Pennsylvania families at risk and jeopardized our national security. Since Secretary Mayorkas was sworn into office, we have had 9 million encounters nationwide with illegal immigrants. We have had 1.8 million known gotaways, and we have had 340 encounters with individuals that we know are on the terrorist watch list. This continued security and humanitarian crisis is the result of the open border policies implemented by Secretary Mayorkas, using his parole authority, which should only be used on a case-by-case basis, to grant parole for millions of illegal immigrants, including entire nations and classes of people. By Mayorkas ending the Remain in Mexico policy and returning to a catch-and-release procedures, the Secretary has failed in his duty to protect the United States of America. It is time for the Senate to hold a full and complete trial. The American people deserve accountability for the reckless actions that have put all American citizens in harm's way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield.
Mr. Larson. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise with an enormous sense of pride today. April 9th is my mother, Pauline Nolan Larson's birthday. She would be 99 today, and I'm sure is smiling down on this magnificent day where we also celebrate Connecticut being the basketball capital of the world, with the Connecticut Yukon Huskies winning back-to-back now national championships, both the men and women going to the Final Four. And I won't go into the call on Friday night, but just to say that Gino Auriemma and the women's team were outstanding, and Dan Hurley and the men's basketball team deserve all the credit in the world. When you see Joe Courtney on the floor, recognize his district in Storrs, Connecticut, as the basketball capital of the world. I especially want to commend Dan Hurley for a shout out he gave to all the former players and former coaches, from D. Rowe to Dom Perno to Kevin Ollie, and of course, the house that Jim Calhoun built, bringing those initial championships to Connecticut. And nobody has won more basketball championships than Gino Auriemma and the women's team as well. So Connecticut rightfully deserves that. We are so proud of everything that they have done and want to commend and congratulate them. Mr. Speaker, I'm also here to discuss, though, Social Security. As you know, Mr. Speaker, more than 70 million Americans are on Social Security and receive it, and yet Congress, Mr. Speaker, has not acted since 1971 to enhance and improve anything about Social Security. For the people in our audience today, they've got to be scratching their heads and saying, what is this? Why is it? And for 40% of all people on Social Security, it's the only pension benefit that they have. And every day, 10,000 fellow Americans become eligible for Social Security, and Congress has not voted to enhance Social Security in more than 50 years. It's long overdue. We have a proposal not to cut Social Security, not to raise the age. For every year you raise the age for Social Security, that's a 7% cut in benefits. How does it make any sense to say people are living longer, so we ought to raise the age so they can receive less the older they get? That makes no sense. It's long overdue for Congress to take the steps and do what it should do. All the American people are asking is that we vote on their interest to increase Social Security that hasn't been done since 1971, to make sure that teachers and firefighters and police officers see that WEP and GPO is repealed and paid for, and they get the benefits that they have been denied, to make sure that people who are working currently and receiving Social Security don't pay tax on that Social Security. Those are the things that we need to do to improve this program, the #1 insurance program in the country, the #1 program that prevents both the elderly from being impoverished and also prevents children from being impoverished. Only in Congress do people sit here day after day and not take up the most important thing they can do on behalf of the American people to improve their lot in life. As important as basketball championships are, that kitchen table discussion about what are we going to do, honey, and why hasn't Congress voted to make sure that we get a cost of living increase that actually reflects the cost of things today that we have to encounter. 1971, Richard Nixon was president of the United States, the last time that Congress voted to enhance the nation's #1 insurance program. It's long overdue, Mr. Speaker, that Congress step up and make sure that we take these votes that will help every single American. With that, I yield back my time.
Chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. While Women's History Month was in March, the impact that the women on the Education and Workforce Committee have can be felt every day. I'd like to take this time to highlight the accomplishments and legislative wins the Congresswomen on the Education and Workforce Committee have secured. When Congresswoman Stefanik was elected in 2014, she was the youngest woman ever elected to Congress and is currently the youngest woman to serve in top House leadership. This Congress, she co-authored the Bipartisan Workforce Pell Act, which will tackle workforce gaps and equip students with transferable skills. Congresswoman Steele was the first Korean American to be elected to Congress and has continued to pave the way ever since. Her bill, the Deterrent Act, passed the House and will prohibit foreign adversaries from using monetary incentives to infiltrate U.S. universities. Congresswoman Letlow is the first woman to represent Louisiana in the House in more than 30 years. As a former education professional, she saw the need to increase transparency and expand school choice options. She authored the Parents' Bill of Rights to restore parents' presence in their children's education and the Empower Charter School Educators to Lead Act to aid the charter school application process. Congresswoman Houchin has been a leader in her community for years and served in the Indiana State Senate for 8 years before her time in Congress. Language from her Student Bill of Rights, which codifies free speech protections on college campuses, was recently passed by the committee. Congresswoman Miller is a conservative champion, local farmer, and vice chair of the Committee on Education and the Workforce. Her work on the Parents' Bill of Rights was vital to its passage and enshrines parents' right to make decisions for their children. Additionally, her work to protect women's sports has been instrumental. She will lead a Congressional Review Act resolution to overturn the Biden administration's dangerous and unfair Title IX policies that allow biological males to compete in women's sports. Before her time in Congress, Congresswoman McClain spent more than 30 years growing her own successful business from the ground up. She currently serves in House leadership and authored legislation to save taxpayers from Biden's $559 billion student loan transfer scheme. Prior to her time in Congress, Congresswoman Chavez DeRemer served as Happy Valley's first female and Latina mayor. She is the first Republican woman from Oregon elected to Congress. This Congress, her Health Data Act, was passed by the House to increase transparency in the health insurance marketplace. This committee is dedicated to advancing opportunities for women both in the workplace and throughout their education. The remarkable women who serve on the committee play an indispensable role in that mission, and I thank them for their tireless work on behalf of the American women. I yield back.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from California, Ms. Berrigan, for 5 minutes.
Today, Congress will consider the Explore Act. It's a bipartisan bill that will improve outdoor access and recreation opportunities for Americans. This legislation includes my bill, the Outdoors for All Act, which updates the Outdoor Legacy Partnership Program and codifies it into law. I am proud to lead this bipartisan bill with my House colleague, Representative Michael Turner. With Outdoors for All, we protect urban park funding in the Outdoor Legacy Partnership Program. We modernize the program to include tribes, smaller cities, and to fully account for the benefit parks provide. Access to urban parks and the outdoors is a bipartisan issue because every community wants parks for its residents. Urban parks are good for our economy, our environment, and our physical and mental health. But not every community has access to parks, especially low-income communities and communities of color. This is a challenge in my district, in Los Angeles, where far too many kids cannot walk to a park. Now, this disparity is personal. When I was a kid, I grew up in the Harbor Gateway. I had to take a bus to go to baseball practice because there was not a field I could walk to. My district also includes the LA Harbor community of Wilmington, which has the highest concentration of refineries throughout California. Close to 20% of the total land area in Wilmington is occupied by refineries. For context, that's 3.5 times more than is available for parks and outdoor space. With passage of the Outdoors for All Act, we can fund new trails, parks, green spaces, and playgrounds to bring nature's benefits directly to our communities. Thank you to the coalition of environmental groups, outdoor recreation advocates, businesses, and local governments that have worked day in and day out to support this bill. I also want to thank Natural Resources Chairman Westerman and my friend, Ranking Member Raul Grijalva, who have worked together on today's bipartisan outdoor recreation package. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Explore Act and to work with the Senate to get a strong outdoor recreation bill passed this Congress. I yield back.
Recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Auburn University's men's basketball team as the 2024 SEC Tournament champions. It is my honor to congratulate Coach Bruce Pearl, the players and staff on an outstanding season once again. The Auburn Tigers won their third SEC championship in program history as they fought to the finish line, beating the University of Florida by 86 to 67. 1 Peter 4:10 says, "As each one has received a gift, minister it to one another, as good stewards of the manifold grace of God." Winning this championship is not just about celebrations on the court, but it's a testament to the Tigers, their character, their dedication, and their efforts for Christ. Through the leadership of Coach Pearl, this program has embodied the Auburn Creed by believing in sound mind, in a sound body, and a spirit that is not afraid. As they have developed these qualities, they have worked heartily and confidently to achieve their worldly and eternal goals. The Auburn men's basketball team, under the leadership of Coach Bruce Pearl, has set a standard of excellence that will be remembered for years to come, not just in athletics, but in every aspect of life. The state of Alabama is blessed to have men like them, and it's great to be an Auburn Tiger and War Eagle. Thank you. April is Second Chance Month, a time to raise awareness of the challenges people face when attempting to return to life after time behind bars. Securing a steady job, housing, and reintegrating into a community can be tough when you have a criminal record. This is a challenge that more than 70 million Americans face, but America is built on the principles of God and His grace. It has always been a land of new beginnings and second chances. I am proud Alabama's 2nd Congressional District is home to J.F. Ingram State Technical College, which helps provide many of these second chances through education. J.F. Ingram State offers 20 technical training programs for incarcerated adults, including automotive repair, construction, cosmetics, and logistics. I can vouch for their extensive training, as I visited last year and got a wonderful haircut. In 2022, they placed nearly 250 formerly incarcerated adults in jobs. Those who participate in these correctional programs through education are 43% less likely to recidivate than those who do not. Lamentations 3:21 through 23, King James Version says, "This I recall to my mind, therefore I have hope. It is of the Lord's mercies that we are not consumed. Because of His compassions they never fail. They are new every morning. Great is thy faithfulness." May we all be reminded of God's compassion towards us as we consider supporting those who are committed to rectifying their mistakes, getting back on track, and making meaningful contributions to society can reduce recidivism and make our communities a better place. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Oregon, Mr. Blumenauer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Streetcars are still the foundation of cities and suburban areas across the country, establishing a pattern that guided development for over a century. By 1910, you could travel from Boston to Chicago entirely on streetcar lines, just transferring from one to another. But 60 years later, the streetcar had largely disappeared. Only the Charles Street line in New Orleans remained of this vast network. We had a different vision in the city of Portland. In 1987, I called for the development of a circulator system in the central city that built around the streetcar. I worked with the late Bill Nadeau, a visionary Portland businessman and developer, who bought old streetcars from Portugal and brought them to town, thinking that if people actually saw them, it would help promote his concept of the reintroduction. I worked with a gentleman named Rick Gustafson to bring this to fruition. We had a 10-member citizen steering committee who worked with the city to fashion an approach going forward. And it worked. Within a decade, we had a loop in downtown Portland connecting it. That loop of streetcars was the focus for much of our affordable housing. It changed the dimensions of downtown, where people use the streetcar for short trips rather than vehicles. It guided development in modern Portland. This is part of a national movement reintroducing streetcars. I'm proud to have helped lead that with the Portland model that is now in over 24 cities across the country, with more on the way. There's hard work on Omaha, Nebraska, which might be the next major development. This is human-scale technology. It's proven, it's cost-effective. People love streetcars, and it is energy efficient and helped promote a development pattern that is human-oriented. We have an opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to be able to continue this effort at mobilizing efforts to promote livable communities, another transportation alternative, and guide development. I was pleased to, 10 years ago, be in Tucson, Arizona, for the opening of their streetcar, a streetcar that before it even opened redefined its downtown development, relationship to the university, and promoted additional housing opportunities. The streetcar is a chance for us to be able to use this proven technology, to be able to mobilize patterns of growth and development in a low-cost, high-energy initiative. The modern streetcar has the opportunity to help communities across the country. I was pleased to be at the Streetcar Summit in Charlotte, North Carolina this last week, where people from around the country gathered to share their stories of streetcar development. This is a new wave of urban development, proven transportation technology, and an opportunity to reshape our central cities. I strongly urge my colleagues to look at these examples in so many of their communities that is making a difference in a way that saves money, saves time, improves the planet, and makes people feel good about their urban environment.
The chair recognizes a gentlewoman from Iowa, Ms. Miller Meeks, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to honor a local hero whose selfless act exemplifies the very essence of courage and sacrifice. Wageyu Ferris, an immigrant from Ethiopia who settled in Coralville, Iowa, displayed remarkable bravery when he risked his life to save an 8-year-old boy from drowning back in 2022. Without hesitation, Ferris, who worked as a custodial worker at City High School in Iowa City for 17 years, leaped into action when he saw the boy in danger struggling in the Iowa River. He jumped into the river, and his quick and decisive response underscores the true nature of heroism. Tragically, Ferris lost his life in the process, but his heroism did not go unnoticed. Recently, he was posthumously awarded the Carnegie Medal for Heroism, the highest civilian honor for bravery in North America. This recognition serves as a testament to his extraordinary courage and selflessness. Ferris's legacy reminds us of the profound impact one individual can have on their community. May his bravery inspire us all to act with courage and compassion in the face of adversity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to celebrate the Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball team's incredible season. I also want to commend the South Carolina Gamecocks women's basketball team. Their incredible performance led to the national title in the NCAA championship game. They played a great game, and despite the dominance in the first quarter, the University of Iowa Hawkeyes had a heart-wrenching loss. Having lost 3 congressional races, I think I can say with all sincerity that I know how they feel. However, to the Hawkeye Nation and beyond, you are champions, regardless of the title. What you have done to elevate women's basketball as a sport goes beyond titles. Take me, for example. I probably watched 1 pro basketball game and 1 college basketball game in person. Never watched it on TV, and I know nothing about basketball. But like millions of other people, I was drawn in by your incredible playing, your demeanor, your excitement, joy, inspiration, and enthusiasm that you displayed on and off the court, not to mention your academic achievements. You created an opportunity for me and my son to talk together and to bond. Caitlin Clark and the team are such incredible players and people both on and off the court that they commanded attention. Kate Martin, what an incredible player you were. Loving to see you drive down the court and do a 3-point shot. Hannah Stolke came through in a clutch against UConn. Sydney Affolter, joyful watching you being able to guard, being able to do that layup underhanded. April Goodman, I think they said at the championship you had a 4.0 academic average as well as being a phenomenal athlete. Molly Davis, we were heartbroken, but delighted to see you on the court in the final minute. Gabby Marshall, I'm just going to say the words of a more famous coach. Pretty eyes, defender, sniper. And Caitlin Clark, the records that you have broke, the elevation that you played for women's sports. I heard Coach Lisa Bluter say that when they recruited you to Iowa, and you could have gone to any of those title universities, you came to Iowa, walked into the locker room as a freshman and saying, we're going to the Final Four. That vision, that drive, that enthusiasm, that goal, that command for excellence carried you through. Your legacy is beyond a national title. This is your legacy. 18,300 in attendance at Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, and I was one of them. 18.7 million viewership, 24 million at its peak. Those other elite teams had all won national titles before, every one of them. LSU, UConn, South Carolina, but they did not do this. You did this, the University of Iowa women's basketball team. You did so much to generate enthusiasm and excitement among millions of young girls and young boys who now want to participate, to be their best, which is the best of Iowa and the best of America. You brought countless hours of joy, excitement, heartache, and camaraderie to the Hawkeye Nation and millions across this country, and even Cyclone fans. You became a national sensation. And we will remember not just the results, but we'll remember the feelings and the joy that you gave us. Champions are leaders, but leaders aren't titles. It was a high school student who asked me that. You're a doctor, a lieutenant colonel, a director, a congresswoman. What does it take to be a leader? Leaders inspire.
Gentlewoman's
Caitlin,
time's
you
expired.
are the GOAT, and the rest of the team are GOAT goddesses. And I suppose, Coach Bluter, that
Gentlewoman's
makes you
time's
a GOAT
expired.
herder. You don't need a national title. You are national heroes. Forever, go Hawks.
Members are reminded to address their remarks to the chair and not to a perceived viewing audience. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Pokin, for 5 minutes.
I've been attending town halls and meetings across my district for the last 2 weeks. Smaller communities in Wisconsin, like Edgerton, Sauk City, Monroe, Mazamanie, and Darlington. Smaller communities with hardworking people with a strong work ethic and upper Midwestern values like fairness and compassion. And at those meetings, I've heard a common thread. They don't like what they're seeing in Gaza and Israel. The vast majority recognize that the attack on October 7th was horrific and Israel had a right to respond, but they didn't have a right to collectively punish 2.3 million people stuck in Gaza. They know that 1,200 people are dead in Israel from the attack and over 130 people are still being held by Hamas. But they also know that nearly 34,000 people are dead in Gaza, 70% of which are women and children, clearly not members of Hamas. They know that 2 million people have been displaced in Gaza, and the majority of the buildings and infrastructure have been demolished or damaged by Israeli bombs. They know that the people are dying of starvation because almost every entry point to Gaza is through Israel, and not enough supplies and aid are getting through. And they understand that the United States is trying to help with aid, but we have to drop it from the air or bring it in by sea because our friend Israel won't allow us to bring it in through easier, safer ways like by truck and transport. They know that aid workers are being killed, 200 plus to date, including some from Chef Jose Andreas's World Central Kitchen. The limited food, water, and supplies that are being let in have to be distributed, but aid workers are too often killed in the process of delivering humanitarian aid while making alleviating suffering even more difficult. And they don't understand how we can provide both armaments and aid to the same area, as that doesn't make sense to people with Midwestern sensibilities. They tell me it looks like punishment for being Palestinian. They tell me it appears Benjamin Netanyahu wants people to leave Gaza for good. They tell me it looks too much what like genocide would look like, and that concerns them greatly. And the bombings of the World Central Kitchen workers, the seemingly targeted and repeated bombings despite the Israeli military knowing their location and purpose, has been one more step too far by Netanyahu's government's handling of this war. Enough is enough. The indiscriminate killing must stop. The aid must flow. The hostages must be released, and a ceasefire must hold to protect every child in Gaza and Israel. The devastation has been severe, far more severe than it ever needed to be. The world would have understood a response going after Hamas killers. But the Netanyahu government has gone too far, way too far, in its response. That's why I helped lead a letter signed by 56 members of Congress to the president to stop any additional offensive arm transfers to Israel without a thorough investigation of the World Central Kitchen killings and a plan for aid and assistance to get to starving Palestinians. The United States has long supported two nations existing side by side in peace, a two-state solution. But Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't support that reasoned path to peace. And that, along with his punishing innocent Palestinians while allegedly going after Hamas, has made it time to get a divorce from Benjamin Netanyahu. I support the overwhelming majority of Israelis who want peace. They want to live safely without bombs raining on them from extremists in Gaza. They too don't like the direction and mistakes of the Netanyahu administration, and they want the hostages returned immediately. And the overwhelming majority of Palestinians want peace as well. They just want to live their lives with dignity and independence as they should. but they need to be treated as equals with human rights, which too often they are not. I urge our government to do more to help distribute aid, utilizing great groups like the World Central Kitchen and UNRWA and others that are doing this work. And our government must stop supplying any offensive weapons or equipment that damages Gaza further, especially in regards to any invasion of Rafah. Let's take this awful current situation and make some good out of it. We need to double down on a two-state solution that recognizes the many, many good people of Israel and Palestine that want to live in peace. It is achievable, and the United States is crucial to that peace. And that's what I'm hearing in my district. I yield back.
Pursuant to Clause 12A, the chair declares the House in recess until 2 p.m. today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Kibben.
Would you pray with me? Sovereign God, in these days when skies darken and nations rage, when politics become a weapon and discord takes center stage, we yearn for peace only you can give. Come quickly to our aid, that our hearts would not be troubled, with no more need to be afraid. God, mend this house divided, for against itself it cannot stand. Grant your peace upon us. May we live as you command, to look at foe or friend and see in them your face, to strive to love each other and give to each your grace. In your eternal name we pray. Amen.
Amen. The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces to the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Iowa seek recognition?
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceeding and announced. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Clause 1, Rule 1, I demand a vote on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal.
The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal. Those in favor, please say aye. Those opposed, please say no. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker. Object. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question are postponed. Further proceedings on this question are postponed. Thank you. Now, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentlewoman from America's Home, Miss Reauthorizing.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. What purpose does the gentlewoman from Iowa seek recognition? The gentlewoman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I rise to honor a local hero whose selfless act exemplifies the very essence of courage and sacrifice. Wageyu Ferris, an immigrant from Ethiopia who settled in Coralville, Iowa, 7 years ago, displayed remarkable bravery when he risked his life to save an 8-year-old boy from drowning back in 2022. Without hesitation, Ferris, who had worked as a custodial worker at City High School, leaped into action and jumped into the full Iowa River when he saw the boy in danger and struggling. His quick and decisive response underscores the true nature of heroism. Tragically, Ferris lost his life in the process, but his heroism did not go unnoticed. Recently, he was posthumously awarded the Carnegie Medal for Heroism, the highest civilian honor for bravery in North America. This recognition serves as a testament to his extraordinary courage and selflessness. Ferris's legacy reminds us of the profound impact one individual can have on their community. May his bravery inspire us all to act with courage and compassion in the face of adversity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from America Samoa seek recognition? I'm not sure she does.
Mr. Speaker, I ask for unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in recognition of the University of South Carolina women's basketball team. These amazing athletes from my good friend Joe Wilson's district completed a perfect season, culminating in a championship win. Special congratulations to senior guard Tehina Paupau and her contributions to the team. Malola Tamali Ta'alo. Tehina Pau Pau is of Samoan heritage, and I know our islands always love to see our Pacific athletes excelling on the national stage. She will have lifelong memories of scoring 14 points in the national championship. Congratulations to all her friends and family cheering her on in our Polynesian communities from her home in California and elsewhere. I so enjoyed watching this game that attracted millions of people with lots of nationwide excitement. All the great teams compete, and I thank you. I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. The chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13536 of April 12, 2010, with respect to Somalia, is to continue in effect beyond April 12, 2024. The situation with respect to Somalia continues to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 13536 with respect to Somalia. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, April 9, 2024.
The chair orders it referred to the Foreign Affairs Committee and ordered printed. Chair lays before the House a message.
To the Congress of the United States, Section 202D of the National Emergencies Act, 50 United States Code 1622D, provides for the automatic termination of a national emergency unless, within 90 days prior to the anniversary date of its declaration, the President publishes in the Federal Register and transmits to the Congress a notice stating that the emergency is to continue in effect beyond the anniversary date. In accordance with this provision, I have sent to the Federal Register for publication the enclosed notice stating that the national emergency with respect to specified harmful foreign activities of the government of the Russian Federation declared in Executive Order 14024 of April 15, 2021, which was expanded in scope in Executive Order 14066 of March 8, 2022, and with respect to which additional steps were taken in Executive Order 14039 of August 20th, 2021, Executive Order 14068 of March 11, 2022, Executive Order 14071 of April 6, 2022, and Executive Order 14114 of December 22, 2023, is to continue in effect beyond April 15, 2024. Specified harmful foreign activities of the government of the Russian Federation, in particular efforts to undermine the conduct of free and fair democratic elections and democratic institutions in the United States and its allies and partners, to engage in and facilitate malicious cyber-enabled activities against the United States and its allies and partners, to foster and use transnational corruption to influence foreign governments, to pursue extraterritorial activities targeting dissidents or journalists, to undermine security in countries and regions important to the United States national security, and to violate well-established principles of international law, including respect for the territorial integrity of states, continue to pose an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security, foreign policy, and economy of the United States. Therefore, I have determined that it is necessary to continue the national emergency declared in Executive Order 14024 with respect to specified harmful foreign activities of the government of the Russian Federation. Signed, Joseph R. Biden, Jr., The White House, April 9, 2024.
Chair orders the message referred to the Foreign Affairs Committee and printed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess, subject to the call of the Chair.
The House will be in order, and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the Chair will postpone further proceedings today on motions to suspend the rules, on which a recorded vote of yes or no are ordered, or votes objected to under Clause 6 of Rule 20. The House will resume proceedings and postpone questions at a later time. So, for what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Madam Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6011 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 346, H.R. 6011. A bill to direct the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture to notify applicants of the completion status of right-of-way applications under Section 501 of the Federal Land Policy and Management Act of 1976 and Section 28 of the Mineral Leasing Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes now the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Madam Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6011 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of H.R. 6011, the Right-of-Way Application Transparency and Accountability Act. H.R. 6011, introduced by Congressman Valadao, would expedite rights-of-way applications on federal lands for energy projects by requiring agencies to notify applicants within 90 days if their right-of-way application is complete or deficient. The Department of the Interior and the U.S. Forest Service would both be required to meet this deadline and specify the information needed for applicants that are deemed deficient. The Federal Land Policy Management Act, or FLPMA, authorizes the Secretary of the Interior and the Secretary of Agriculture to grant rights-of-way on federal lands for several activities that cause land disturbance. And the Mineral Leasing Act of 1920 allows the respective secretaries to issue rights-of-way for oil, natural gas, and refined product pipelines over federal lands. While both statutes include application requirements, neither includes timelines for the agencies to respond to applicants to tell them whether their applications are complete or deficient. The lack of a timeline has created a bottleneck in the permitting process for energy projects that need a right-of-way to proceed, which is why this bill is needed. During the Committee on Natural Resources hearing on this bill, the American Clean Power Association testified in support of it and pointed out that the permitting system on federal lands is overly burdensome and actively curtails investment. Specifically, their testimony stated that, quote, delays are largely due to procedural inefficiencies in processing permits and have ripple effects throughout the economy, throwing off project timelines, domestic supply chains, and the indirect jobs and economic activity that would otherwise occur. Without further permitting reform, the United States may not be able to meet our growing energy demand, end quote. They also noted that the current average timeline for a project to obtain a right-of-way is often over 5 years, mainly due to the delays between filing an application and beginning the environmental review process. That lag time and unnecessary delay are exactly what H.R. 6011 addresses. This bill will also help expedite the process for rights-of-way for oil and gas gathering lines on federal lands, which will help increase production while reducing emissions. While this common-sense legislation is not a panacea for permitting on federal lands, it does provide a meaningful step forward by allowing complete applications for energy projects to move forward and provide certainty to those with incomplete applications so that they can fix and resubmit those applications. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 6011, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Okay, the gentlewoman reserves, and now the gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield myself as much time as I may consume. I rise in support of H.R. 6011, the Right-of-Way Application Transparency and Accountability Act. There is a rapidly growing demand for renewable energy across the country, and our federal public lands have significant potential to support that growth. In fact, we are well on our way to developing 25 gigawatts of clean energy on public lands by 2025, the goal set in the Energy Act of 2020. Right now, the Bureau of Land Management is processing 74 utility-scale onshore clean energy projects, including solar, wind, geothermal, and transmission lines, all of which are vital to the clean energy transition. For solar, wind, and transmission to use our public lands, however, these renewable projects are required to secure a right-of-way anytime a project will use or disturb public lands. Also, the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Inflation Reduction Act have tremendous amount of potential on our public lands as well as on tribal lands. However, for example, when a tribe such as the Navajo Nation in my district needs to repair a bridge, they must also secure a right-of-way. This can be an incredibly cumbersome process, especially when dealing with the checkerboard pattern of many tribal areas that intersect with BLM land, Forest Service land, private land, allotee, and land held in trust. This legislation would, however, require that the Secretary of the Interior, with regard to Bureau lands, and the Secretary of Agriculture, with regard to National Forest System lands, notify a right-of-way applicant within 90 days of applying as to whether their application is complete or, if it's not, to specify what information is missing. I am grateful to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for working with committee Democrats on compromise language to create these timelines while ensuring that they are workable for applicants and for our federal agencies. The clear requirements set out in this legislation will support the efficient and responsible deployment of clean energy on public lands. They will allow us to build those bridges, highways, and so much more that we authorized in the bipartisan infrastructure law. I look forward to continuing to work with my colleagues on common sense reforms to enhance clean energy deployment on public lands. I urge support for this bill, and I reserve my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. And the gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized again.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Valadao.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I rise today to urge my colleagues to support my bill, the Right-of-Way Application and Transparency Accountability Act. The bill makes a common sense reform to our broken federal permitting process. Right now, there is no required timeline for federal agencies to respond to right-of-way applications of projects on federal lands. That means hundreds of these applications are just stuck in permitting purgatory instead of moving forward. The time spent waiting for answers on these applications is significant and preventable bottleneck. This wasted time is hindering domestic energy production, rural development, new roads, and so much more. My bill would fix this by requiring federal agencies to notify right-of-way applicants in their application if their application is complete within 90 days of receiving it. Notifying applicants about their status of their right-of-way application in a timely manner is a very basic step that will make the permitting process more efficient and transparent. We cannot continue to let permitting red tape kill these infrastructure projects. We must reform the federal permitting process so we can better utilize our domestic energy resources, expand rural broadband, build roads, and ultimately create more jobs here at home. I urge my colleagues to support this common sense bill, and I thank the chairwoman for their help, and I yield back.
Go ahead. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is
Madam
recognized.
Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close. And I continue
the gentlewoman
to reserve.
reserves.
Also prepared to close.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we rise in support of this bill. We do recognize the important work that Representative Valadao has done working on this bill, and I appreciate the fact that he pointed out that this bill will help with job creation. As I noted earlier, the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the Inflation Reduction Act, these bills that we passed in the 117th Congress brought resources into our communities to build what we need for America's future, repairing those roads that cross our rural areas because they are so essential for districts and states like Montana and New Mexico and across the West. So I am very appreciative of this bill, and I urge support for the legislation. And with that, Madam Speaker, I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields. Now we recognize the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Madam Speaker, I would like to commend my colleague from California, Mr. Valadeo, for working across the aisle on this bipartisan all-of-the-above energy bill. I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6011 and yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields. And the question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6011? Those in as amended. Those in favor say yes. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the...
It's not present, and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
All right, pursuant to Clause 8 of the Rule 20, further proceedings on this motion will be postponed.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4389 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 363, H.R. 4389. A bill to amend the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Act to make improvement to that act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Legger Fernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 4389 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Lady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 4389, sponsored by Congresswoman Salazar from Florida. This legislation reauthorizes the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Act, which includes a grant program and research efforts designed to help conserve nearly 400 different species of birds that migrate between North America in the summer months and Latin America and the Caribbean in the winter months. Protecting the habitat of these species is not only a good conservation policy, but also good for economic activity. A U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service study found that roughly 96 million people participated in birdwatching activities, including maintaining habitat to benefit bird species. This includes individuals who participated in these activities in their local communities and those who travel to do so. Encouraging habitat conservation efforts such as those reauthorized by this bill is a win for the environment, recreational activity, and local economies. I thank my colleague from Florida, Ms. Salazar, for her leadership on this important issue. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today also in support of H.R. 4389, the Migratory Birds of the Americas Conservation Enhancements Act, which would help ensure the long-time protection of neotropical migratory birds. More than half of our nation's birds travel thousands of miles to spend winters south of the tropics. But habitat destruction has led to the loss of more than 1 in 4 of these birds since 1970. Imagine a quarter of these birds have been lost. But this bipartisan bill would protect habitats along these migratory routes by reauthorizing the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Program. This program has already benefited 5 million acres of migratory bird habitat in over 40 countries, and this bill will provide additional federal support for these efforts. This funding will facilitate multinational partnerships and conservation projects in habitat conservation, research, monitoring, and community outreach and education. The bill will also address stakeholders' concerns and program inequities by easing matching requirements, enabling more high-quality projects to compete for grants. These efforts will provide long-term protection for our beloved bird species and the habitats they rely on. Our world is facing a biodiversity crisis with impacts that we are only just beginning to understand. I'm pleased that we are working together across the aisle in a bipartisan manner today to address at least a part, but a very important part of that serious challenge. We all want to be able to continue to listen to the bird song, to look up and marvel at the fact that these birds have traveled so far and are so essential to our entire habitat. And for that, I am very grateful for this bill. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve.
From New Mexico reserves, the gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Salazar.
The gentlewoman from Florida is recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to urge passage of H.R. 4389, the Migratory Birds of the Americas Conservation Enhancement Act of 2023. Bird populations have declined over 3 million since 1970, and the iconic birds that we know and love must be actively protected. Birds like the Baltimore Oriole, the wood stork, great blue heron, and snowy egret. They're not just beautiful to look at, they're vital to our environment and our economy. Many of the migratory birds we see at home spend their winter months in Latin America and the Caribbean, but they're threatened by habitat loss along their journey back and forth. Federal efforts like H.R. 4389 are key to conserving these species. My bill reauthorizes and improves the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Grant Program. These government programs provide competitive grants for them to find refuge along the way, and thankfully they are matched 2-to-1 by private sector investments that also care about the environment. And the good news is that they pay major dividends. Over the last 2 decades, almost $90 million invested by the United States in bird conservation produced almost $350 million from other countries who were partners in the Western Hemisphere. Since 2002, these programs have supported 700 projects across dozens of Latin American countries, benefiting more than 5 million acres of habitat. Protecting these beautiful birds is also highly important for my constituents in the city of Miami. The Florida Everglades serves as a critical natural habitat for birds migrating and is one of the top bird watching spots in the country, including for ibis, and herons. In 2022, more than 96 million people across this country participated in bird watching, generating more than $100 billion in economic benefits for the country. If we protect these migratory birds, we are protecting the Everglades, we are protecting the ecosystem, and if we protect the ecosystem, we're bolstering our economy. It is a clear bipartisan win for everybody. So I would like to thank Chairman Bruce Westerman. I would like to thank Chairman Rick Larsen, Congressman Rick Larsen, Congressman Dave Joyce, and Congresswoman Mary Peltola for co-leading this bill with me. As a champion of animal welfare and strong protector of the Everglades, I urge my colleagues to support H.R. 4389. I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. Gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do want to commend the sponsor of the bill. As she noted, this bill is supported on a bipartisan basis by really some of our most illustrious colleagues. I remember this bill when it was introduced last session as well, and the work that Representative Salazar and Ranking Member Larsen have done on this bill is commendable. I would now like to yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Washington, Representative Larsen.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 4389, the Migratory Birds of the Americas Conservation Enhancement Act. For more than 2 decades, the Neotropical Migratory Bird Conservation Act has been an essential tool to protect migratory bird habitat in the Pacific Northwest and, of course, across the Western Hemisphere. Since 2002, the NMBCA has awarded more than $89 million in grants to over 700 conservation projects in the U.S., Canada, Central and South America, and the Caribbean, protecting more than 5 million acres of bird habitat. The law has also been a critical tool in the fight to reverse the downward global trend in bird population over the last 50 years, which can be attributed to challenges like pesticide use, deforestation, and the lack of adequate environmental protection abroad. This bipartisan bill reauthorizes the only federal grant initiative for migratory birds through fiscal year 28. It also gives smaller organizations greater access to grants by lowering the cost-sharing requirement for grant recipients from 3-to-1 to 2-to-1, meaning that for every $2 organizations contribute, the federal government would match with $1. That's great news for organizations in the North Puget Sound, where I'm from, doing important work to protect bird habitat and Washington State's environment. More than 350 migratory bird species rely on the Pacific Northwest as their flyway, including the western tanager, the violet-green swallow, Sway's thrush, the rufous hummingbird, the western sandpiper, and the osprey, all of which but one I've had an opportunity to take photos of. These migratory birds pollinate plants, control pests, and add to the diversity of local ecosystems. They also attract millions of birders to places like Skagit Bay, Padilla Bay, Port Susan Bay, Spencer Island, Weiser Lake, Deception Pass, and the Salmon Islands, just to name a few places in my district. So I've had the opportunity to meet with birders, go birding with them, as well as meet with them, folks from the Audubon, Washington, from the Pilchuck, Skagit, and North Cascades, and Whidbey and San Juan Island Audubon societies in my district. These dedicated birders provide a boost to local and regional economies. They're ambassadors for the great outdoors. They sponsor great events like the Snow Goose Birding Festival in February every year in Stanwood, Washington, where thousands of people come from all over the country to go birding. But success has many parents. And I want to thank Representative Maria Alvaro Salazar for leading the charge to reintroduce this bill, as well as Representatives Mary Peltola and David Joyce for co-leading the bill. I want to thank the many partner organizations who made this happen, the National Audubon Society, the American Bird Council, and the aforementioned local organizations. And I want to thank the taxpayers who provided critical funding needed to protect migratory birds. So I urge my colleagues to support this bill, to keep bipartisan momentum going to protect migratory birds. With that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time. We are also prepared to close.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as noted, this bill is bipartisan. It brings such joy as well as economy and economic vibrancy to our communities. Listening to the list of birds that are benefited from this bill, I cannot help but think about those amazing rufous hummingbirds that fly around and pollinate our flowers and bring smiles and joy to all of our lives and our small gardens. With that, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, many of us in this chamber come from communities where being outdoors is part of our way of life, in communities with vibrant ecosystems, particularly in places that serve as a home for migratory species. We know that habitat conservation is critical to their long-term health. H.R. 4389 will help further conservation efforts by providing resources to those who are dedicated to advancing habitat restoration efforts and encouraging collaborative research efforts. I want to thank Ms. Salazar once again for her leadership in reauthorizing this program, and I ask my colleagues to support this effort. I urge adoption of this legislation and yield the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 4389 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1246.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 348, H.R. 1246. A bill to authorize leases of up to 99 years for land held in trust for federally recognized Indian tribes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Ledger Fernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1246, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Lady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my bill, H.R. 1246, would amend the Long-Term Leasing Act to authorize any federally recognized Indian tribe to lease land held in trust for the tribe's benefit for up to and including 99 years, subject to the approval of the Secretary of Interior. In 1955, Congress passed the Long-Term Leasing Act, which authorized the tribal owners to lease any lands held in trust for the benefit of the tribes for non-grazing purposes, subject to the approval of the Secretary of the Interior for only up to 25 years. Any non-grazing lease could be renewed up to one additional term of 25 years for a total of 50 years. The restriction on the length of time a tribe can lease their land can have negative impact on a tribe's ability to negotiate long-term commercial leases and subsequently a tribe's economic development opportunities. Congress has amended the Long-Term Leasing Act more than 50 times to adjust the terms and conditions of leases of tribal lands and authorize specific tribes or tribal lands to lease for a term of up to 99 years, subject to the approval of the Secretary of Interior. This legislation would put a stop to tribes having to rely on Congress to pass specific legislation so that they can enter into long-term leases, should they so choose to do so. H.R. 1246 would proactively extend long-term leasing authority to all federally recognized tribes while providing a more expedited path forward for economic development. This is common sense legislation that will benefit tribes long into the future. I encourage adoption of the legislation and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be a co-sponsor of H.R. 1246, which would amend the Long-Term Leasing Act to authorize federally recognized tribes to enter into lease agreements on their lands for periods of up to 99 years. As noted, currently, under the Long-Term Leasing Act, tribes are generally limited to lease agreement terms that are no more than 25 years, with an option to review for an additional 25 years. This has led so many tribes to enter into very complex leasing agreements, a 25 plus 25, when all of that puts a constraint on the economic development opportunities that tribes must be taking advantage of and that they want to take advantage of. As you can imagine, these limits are challenging and they are not needed. For that reason, though, historically, Congress has passed non-controversial bills to allow certain tribes who come before them to have longer leases under the Act. And we've done this in a piecemeal fashion. In fact, as noted, since the passage of the Long-Term Leasing Act in 1955, some additional 60 tribes have been added to the growing list of exemptions to the Act. Last Congress, we authorized long-term leasing authority for the Seminole tribe, and on the floor of the House, I called for legislation to make this applicable to all tribes so we didn't have to do it one at a time. I am pleased today that under the leadership of Chair Hageman, we are moving to make that a reality. Today's bill, H.R. 1246, would strengthen tribal sovereignty by allowing all federally recognized tribes to enter into lease agreements for periods up to 99 years, providing tribes the ability to pursue economic development activities for the benefit of their communities that have been typically limited under the Long-Term Leasing Act. I urge support for the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also have no other speakers on the bill, and I am prepared to close.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as noted, I urge all of my colleagues to support this bill, and in this manner to support tribal sovereignty, to support, once again, bipartisan legislation, which we often see coming out of the Subcommittee for Indian and Insular Affairs. This is the way that we need to look and encourage to have work coming out of our committees in a bipartisan fashion that increases tribal sovereignty, that leads us to honor our trust responsibility to our tribes. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge all my colleagues to support this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, my legislation would promote economic development for tribes by ensuring that they are on the same playing field as other landowners who can enter into long-term leases on their land. This legislation is a proactive step to support tribes and their ability to create and pursue economic opportunity. As the chairman of the Indian and Insular Affairs Subcommittee, I am and will continue to advocate for common sense solutions for our Indian tribes. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1246? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6443.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 364, H.R. 6443. A bill to take certain land in the state of California into trust for the benefit of the Humul Indian Village of California tribe and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6443, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, H.R. 6443, the Humul Indian Village Land Transfer Act, would place 172.1 acres of land owned in fee simple by the Humul Indian Village into trust by the United States for the benefit of the tribe. The Humul Indian Village is located in San Diego County and is part of the Kumeyaay people of Southern California, otherwise known as the Mission Indians. While the tribe's history dates back 12,000 years, it only received federal recognition in 1981. The tribe's reservation consists of approximately 6.04 acres, but the tribe has continued to restore its land base. Unfortunately, bureaucratic inefficiencies have delayed the process. The tribe has submitted fee-to-trust applications for the parcels identified in this legislation, including one submitted in August 2015 that the Department of Interior has not yet finalized. This legislation would end that bureaucratic delay and place these parcels into trust. The legislation also would prohibit any Class 2 or Class 3 gaming pursuant to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act from occurring on the parcels to be placed into trust. I want to thank the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa, for his work on this bill, and I encourage the adoption of the legislation. I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise also in support of H.R. 6443, the Humul Indian Village Land Transfer Act. The bill would take approximately 172 acres of land located in San Diego County, California, and owned in fee by the Humul Indian Village of California into trust for the benefit of the tribe. The land in question contains 4 parcels, which include tribal housing, council buildings, a historic church, and an ancestral cemetery. Each of these parcels is already within the tribe's ancestral territory and is located near the tribe's existing reservation. I again want to acknowledge that land is the very essence of tribal sovereignty, cultural survival, and economic prosperity and future. And that's why these land into trust transfers are so very important, and that at Congress, we should respond to them when they come before us and use them as another element of how we honor our trust responsibility to tribes. And for that, I thank Representative Issa for bringing this legislation forward. Once the 172 acres has been placed into trust, the tribe will be able to increase tribal housing, preserve and protect cultural sites, and better provide essential governmental operations, including healthcare services, administrative offices, law enforcement, and other community resources, such as a grocery store and educational services. The bill honors the connection of the tribe to its ancestral land and is a win for their self-determination. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from California, Mr. Issa.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I want to thank the chair, the ranking member, for bringing this bill here today. Mr. Speaker, as Californians, our relationship with our tribes and bands is different than many other places in the United States. The Kumeyaay Indians, including the Hamul Band, were landless for decade after decade after decade. In fact, if not for the generosity of one landowner who allowed some of the Hamul Indians to get the 6 acres that they originally placed in trust, they might still be landless. Those 6 acres were all they had to live on, and it wasn't enough for the various members. Because unlike some immigrants, Native Americans lived here for thousands of years, and in those 13,000 years, they built a bond that could not be broken by the Spaniards, could not be broken by America as we annexed California. In fact, as a landless tribe, the Kumeyaay continued to practice their language and traditions, even though they had to do so on whatever land they could find, usually not their own. Since the 1980s, the Hamul Band of Kumeyaay Indians has in fact clung to those 6 acres and amassed an ability to find additional plots of land. It is ironic that the piece of land we're considering today, one of them is in fact where they are buried for more than 100 years, where they practice their Western faith taught to them by the Spaniards there on their land. The other piece contains a farmhouse where those Hamul Indians came to work in the fields of another man for decades. They have had the opportunity to buy that land now. Many will say, but is there a conflict? Is there a reason for the Department of Interior to take so long? I can tell you that there is no conflict about taking a cemetery where your dead are buried, or at least there shouldn't be. And the other piece of land was entitled by the County of San Diego to have more than twice as many homes on it as there are Hamul Indians. In fact, their intention is to preserve that farmhouse for all generations so they could understand what life was like in San Diego County 100 years ago, and so that their tribal members will continue to celebrate those who treated them well when they had no land and had no money. So today, hopefully, we will put land in trust, but we will also celebrate the resilience of the Native Americans of California who stayed on in the land of their birth, even though they had their land taken from them for more than 600 years. And with that, I thank the gentlelady and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
Gentlelady reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also have no further requests for time and am prepared to close.
Is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as noted, this is a worthwhile bill for taking this land into trust. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation would take approximately 172.1 acres of land owned in fee simple by the Humul Indian Village into trust by the United States for the benefit of this tribe. I thank Mr. Issa for his work on this legislation to benefit his constituents, and I urge the adoption of this bill. With that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6443? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended. The bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill S-382.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 382, an act to take certain land in the state of Washington into trust for the benefit of the Puyallup tribe of the Puyallup Reservation and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Legger-Fernandez, each will control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on S-382, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, S-382, the Puyallup Tribe of Indian Lands into Trust Confirmation Act, would place approximately 17 acres of land in Pierce County, Washington, into trust for the tribe. The land in question is currently owned by the tribe in fee simple, and the tribe intends to use the land for economic development purposes to benefit the tribe and the surrounding area. The parcels contain evidence of environmental contamination, which complicates the process by which the Bureau of Indian Affairs would take land into trust through the administrative fee-to-trust process. Under an administrative process, the Bureau of Indian Affairs, or BIA, would require full land remediation before the process even begins. This would be cost prohibitive for the tribe and unnecessary given the tribe's intended use of the land as a shipping terminal and transportation facility. Additional S-382 makes clear that the United States is not liable for any environmental contamination on the land and includes a prohibition on gaming pursuant to the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. And with that, I would reserve the balance of my time.
Reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of S-382, the Puyallup Tribe of Indians Land into Trust Confirmation Act of 2023, introduced by Senator Cantwell and led in the House by my incredibly brilliant colleague from Washington, Representative Kilmer. We know that land is at the very essence of tribal sovereignty, cultural survival, and economic sovereignty. That's why taking land into trust for tribes, either through the BIA or congressional process, is essential if we are to honor our trust responsibilities to tribes, if we are to honor our commitment to help reverse, if only by a few acres at a time, some of the worst of our federal policies from the 19th and 20th centuries. This bill would authorize the United States to take approximately 17.2 acres of land located in Pierce County, Washington, and owned by the Puyallup tribe into trust for the benefit of the tribe. Typically, land is taken into trust in the Bureau of Indian Affairs administrative process. However, it is not uncommon for tribes to take a legislative route depending on their circumstances. In the case of the Puyallup tribe, the tribe identified legacy contamination from historical industrial sites when undergoing environmental site assessments. When placing land into trust, the federal government does not take liability for environmental contamination that could have occurred prior to the transfer. As that is the case here, the BIA is unable to take the land into trust administratively, and congressional action through legislation is the most viable option for the tribe in this case. This legislation would move the tribe's land into trust process forward and ultimately expand job and economic development opportunities. By adding these lands in the port area, the tribe will be able to develop a 21st century shipping terminal that will help address the backlog facing our nation's ports. Placing this land into trust will make this land the first international tribal trade center in modern times. And I say in modern times because we know there was much trade that was going on before European contact. The Puyallup tribe is signatory to the Treaty of Medicine Creek of 1854, which designated 200,000 acres as permanent homeland for their people. However, the ink had barely dried on the treaty before efforts to take the tribe's land began through the acts of Congress, illegal sales of reservation land, and outright theft. Given so much historical and cultural loss, it is appropriate to grant the restoration of these lands to the tribe. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as the gentleman from Washington, Representative Kilmer, may consume.
The gentleman from Washington is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the gentlelady for yielding. Today I rise in strong support of the Puyallup Tribe of Indians Land into Trust Act, a critical piece of legislation that represents not only an act of justice, but a significant step toward economic revitalization and sustainable development in our region. This bill, introduced by myself alongside my colleagues Senator Maria Cantwell and Patty Murray and Representative Marilyn Strickland, seeks to transfer over 17 acres of land currently owned by the Puyallup tribe into federal trust. This action is not merely administrative. It's a restoration of the tribe's ancestral homeland, a place that holds a deep cultural and historical significance for the Puyallup people. As the Puyallup tribe's lands after recent congressional redistricting fall within the region I am privileged to represent, I'm aware of the profound impact this legislation can have. Indeed, it's not just about land. It's about enabling the Puyallup tribe to further diversify and expand economic opportunities to spur job creation at the Port of Tacoma and along the Tacoma waterfront, a vision of prosperity that benefits not only the tribe, but the entire South Puget Sound region. When we introduced this bill, I pointed out that this legislation will help restore the tribe's homelands, ensuring the tribe can continue to diversify and grow economic opportunities and create jobs across our region. And I stand by those words today, committed to ensuring that the federal government upholds its trust and treaty obligations. Last year, I attended the State of the Union address with Puyallup Tribal Chairman Bill Sterud as my guest. Chairman Sterud joined the Puyallup Tribal Council in 1978 and has served as chairman and vice chairman several times since his first election. Chairman Sterud is a proud father and grandfather, a University of Washington Husky who frequently gives welcomes to incoming students at the UW Tacoma and graduates at UW Commencement, and someone who cares deeply about his people and those who live in the surrounding community. In his own words, Chairman Sterud believes that the Land into Trust Act will help the tribe diversify its economy and bring critical infrastructure and business to the tribe's port development and the entire region. In other words, this is a game changer for the Puyallup tribe. Our federal government has a solemn duty to ensure that tribal communities are afforded the same opportunities that have spurred growth and prosperity across other communities in our state and nation. Moreover, by putting this land into trust, Congress can help unlock a host of federal programs and services that can catalyze significant economic development and infrastructure investments for the Puyallup tribe and surrounding communities. In Washington state, this proposal has garnered widespread support not only from within the tribe, but also from the city of Tacoma, from Pierce County, from Washington Governor Jay Inslee, and the team at the Port of Tacoma. This broad base of community support underscores the mutual benefits anticipated from this action. Benefits that will surely extend well beyond the boundaries of the land in question, fostering a more vibrant, healthy, and economically robust Puget Sound region. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the Puyallup Tribe of Indians Land and Trust Act. I thank the gentlelady from across the aisle for her support of it. I thank my colleague for her support of it. Let us take this step together as a forward-looking investment in the economic vitality and cultural richness of the Pacific Northwest. And moving forward, Congress can honor its commitments to Native nations, respect our shared history, and work hand in hand with tribes like the Puyallup to build a future of prosperity and partnership. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
I reserve, but I will also notify the Speaker that I have no further requests for time, and I'm prepared to close.
Reserve.
The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I thank Representative Kilmer and Senator Cantwell for bringing this legislation forward, but I also want to thank Chairman Sterode and the people of the Puyallup tribe, because what they are doing here today is beneficial not only for the tribe, but as noted, for the entire region. And I think that we will see this over and over again in the bills we are hearing today and that we will hear into the future with regards to taking land in the trust. It benefits not just the tribe and the local economy, but those who live around the tribe. And in this instance, because of the part, will benefit the entire nation. So we are grateful for the work that they have done in terms of pursuing this land into trust application. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I yield back.
The gentlelady from New Mexico yields back. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this legislation would take approximately 17 acres of fee land in Pierce County, Washington, into trust for the benefit of the Puyallup tribe to support the development of a 21st century shipping and transportation facility. I thank the sponsors of this legislation for their work on behalf of their constituents. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate Bill 382. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion...
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
In the opinion of the chair, the two-thirds being... What purpose does the gentlelady from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I object to the vote on the ground that a quorum is not present and make a point of order that a quorum is not present.
Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on the motion will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1792 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 354, H.R. 1792. A bill to amend the South Pacific Tuna Act of 1988 and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hagman, and the gentlewoman from Ms. Legger Fernandez will each control 20. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1792 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 1792, the South Pacific Tuna Treaty Act of 2023, sponsored by Ms. Radewagen of American Samoa. This legislation would make critical updates to the South Pacific Tuna Treaty consistent with amendments that were agreed to between the United States and the 16 Pacific Island parties in 2016 and ratified by the Senate in 2022. The amendments will provide the United States fishing vessels with greater clarity about the areas that they can access in the parties' exclusive economic zones. This relationship gives the United States access to an abundant fishing resource while strengthening our presence in the region. Despite the importance of this treaty, the recent amendments are not self-executing. This has led to conflicts between our domestic regulatory regime and the treaty structure. Making the necessary changes in statute to allow the United States and its regulatory agencies to fully implement the treaty amendments will ensure that they are carried out effectively. I thank my colleague, Ms. Radewagen, for her leadership on this important issue and urge my colleagues to support this legislation. And with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. H.R. 1792, the South Pacific Tuna Treaty Act of 2023, will ensure the continued effective management of tuna fisheries and the conservation of marine resources in the South Pacific, benefiting American fisheries in the South Pacific and contributing to the stability of the region. Specifically, this legislation would implement the South Pacific Tuna Treaty, a multilateral treaty between the United States government and the Pacific Island states. This treaty authorizes the small U.S.-based seine vessel fleet to fish in specific and exclusive economic zones of the Pacific Island countries that are party to the treaty. These parties are Australia, the Cook Islands, the Federated States of Micronesia, Fiji, Kiribati, the Marshall Islands, Nauru, New Zealand, Niue, Palau, Papua, New Guinea, the independent state of Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. The South Pacific Tuna Treaty entered into force in 1988 and was extended in 1993, and then again in 2002. Most recently, the parties began to renegotiate the treaty in its annexes starting in 2009. The treaty has been vital for almost 3 decades, fostering a mutually beneficial strategic and economic relationship between the United States and the Pacific Island countries. The treaty provides access to lucrative tuna fishing grounds and facilitates cooperation on various issues. H.R. 1792 proposes adjustments to the South Pacific Tuna Act of 1988 to implement the amended treaty, mainly providing more flexibility for U.S. vessels and the Pacific Island countries to negotiate access levels while ensuring a stable operating environment. This legislation will enable the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration to efficiently implement annual access and fee agreements and new operational requirements, thereby allowing the United States and its vessels operating under the treaty to better utilize its benefits. I too want to thank Ms. Reauthorizing for leading on this issue and for understanding the needs that we see in the Blue Continent and understanding the needs of the nations, the freely associated states, and our territories in pursuing this kind of legislation. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentlelady from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from American Samoa, Ms. Reauthorizing.
Talofa lava. Good afternoon.
The gentlelady is recognized.
I rise today in support of H.R. 1792, the South Pacific Tuna Treaty Act, which I introduced along with my original co-sponsor, Ed Case of Hawaii. As representatives of the beautiful islands of American Samoa and the South Pacific, a marine economy which depends on a fishing economy like Hawaii, I applaud our Oceans Subcommittee Chair, Cliff Bentz of Oregon, and Ranking Member Jared Huffman of California for their bipartisan support implementing this treaty with my friends and neighbors in the South Pacific. This bill implements into statute the most recent changes to the South Pacific Tuna Treaty that was negotiated between NOAA and other signatory countries to the treaty. These changes are important to support the American fishing fleet in the South Pacific, where many boats call the port in American Samoa home. These changes improve the operation, condition, and flexibility for the fleet, which is America's last true distant water fishing fleet. The 1987 treaty enables American tuna per seine vessels to fish in the exclusive economic zones of 16 Pacific Island nations and is key to the ongoing operations of America's South Pacific tuna fleet, including the 11 per seiners based in American Samoa. In 2016, the treaty signatories agreed to several amendments to the treaty. However, those changes have not been yet reflected in U.S. law, leaving South Pacific tuna fishermen in a state of uncertainty for years. H.R. 1792 will fix these issues. I also want to thank U.S. Deputy Assistant Secretary for International Fisheries, Kelly Chris, and American Tuna Boat Association Executive Director, William Gibbons Fly, who testified in support of the bill at last July's hearing. Finally, I thank Chairman Westerman, Ranking Member Grijalva, who guided the Natural Resources Committee to unanimously approving H.R. 1792 at last October's markup. Thank you. Soy Fuoma Iamanuia. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and am prepared to close, and I continue to reserve.
The gentlelady reserves. The gentleman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also am ready to close. And
You're recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation so that we can continue to protect our fishing fleet, protect the waters, and importantly, protect the tuna that provides such economic vitality to those fishermen in those countries which rely on its ability, or their ability to both capture the tuna, and all of those restaurants and households who really want to make sure that we continue to have tuna that is caught in an environmentally and sound way. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I urge support of the legislation and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlelady yields. The gentleman from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when President Ronald Reagan signed the initial legislation establishing this treaty, he spoke of the long-standing cooperation and partnership between the United States and the South Pacific. He stated that the legislation would, quote, reinforce the bonds of friendship and affection that unite our peoples, end quote. The bill we're considering today furthers that effort. By updating the South Pacific Tuna Treaty in accordance with the 2016 amendments, we begin the next chapter of the partnership between the United States and the South Pacific. Strengthening these relationships could not be more important at a time when the United States leadership is needed in this region to counter the growing malign influence of the Chinese Communist Party. I once again thank Ms. Radewagen for her leadership on this important issue, and I urge the adoption of the legislation and yield the balance of my time.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1792 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed. Without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3250.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
House Calendar Number 68, H.R. 3250, a bill to recognize the Margaret Woodbury Strong Museum in Rochester, New York.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming and Ms. Hageman and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Fernandez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 3250, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 3250, the National Museum of Play Recognition Act, which recognizes the Margaret Woodbury Strong Museum in Rochester, New York, as the National Museum of Play. This bipartisan bill, led by Representatives Morell and Langworthy, provides federal recognition without adding to the federal estate or burdening taxpayers. Inspired by her parents' passion for traveling, Margaret Woodbury amassed more than $27,000 from around the world. After her passing, Ms. Woodbury left a large portion of her financial resources for a museum, which opened in downtown Rochester in 1982. Today, the museum spans over 100,000 square feet, serving as a reminder of the importance of play to visitors from around the country. As our country evaluates the implications of technology in our children's lives, this bill recognizes how play can be utilized to encourage learning, creativity, and discovery in child development. This bill recognizes the Margaret Woodbury Strong Museum, which draws over 500,000 visitors annually, in no small part due to its unique, important purpose. I urge adoption of this bill, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With much delight and joy in my heart, I rise in support of H.R. 3250, the National Museum of Play Recognition Act, introduced my esteemed colleague, and very playful, I might say, colleague from New York, Representative Joe Morelli. This legislation would designate the Margaret Woodbury Strong Museum in Rochester, New York, as the National Museum of Play. The Strong Museum is a unique institution dedicated to the exploration of how play serves to promote learning, creativity, discovery, and cultural history. Who among us has not been in kindergarten or Head Start or preschool, either as a child or as a parent of the child, and recognize the importance of play in the growth of our children? Indeed, I was recently reading a book this weekend that pointed out the importance of play and how we tap into the divinity and the creativity in each of us. And that is why this museum, which was established in 1969, initially housing the personal collections of the Rochester local Margaret Woodbury Strong, is so important. As one of the largest museums in the country, the Strong Museum displays the most comprehensive collection of historical materials related to play and provides families with interactive exhibits and programs. This institution hosts the National Toy Hall of Fame and the World Video Game Hall of Fame and publishes the peer-reviewed American Journal of Play. H.R. 3250 recognizes and honors the distinct and special role that the Strong Museum contributes to our national story. I want to thank Representative Morelli for his leadership in this effort and the representatives of the Strong Museum for their advocacy. This is a straightforward, bipartisan, and common sense effort to honor and recognize the contributions of a unique and dynamic institution. I urge my colleagues to support the bill, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time and prepared to close. I continue to reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as he may consume to the gentleman from New York, the sponsor of the bill, the both very serious but also very playful Representative Morelli.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. First of all, thank you to my good friend, the gentlelady from New Mexico, who is also playful but serious. And I want to thank the gentlelady for Wyoming for her support of the bill. I rise, Mr. Speaker, today to voice my strong support for H.R. 3250, the National Museum of Play Recognition Act. This bipartisan bill will designate the Margaret Woodbury Strong Museum in Rochester, New York, where I'm grateful and privileged to represent, as the National Museum of Play. As been described by my colleagues, the museum was founded by Margaret Woodbury Strong in 1968. It is the only museum of its kind that exists for the exclusive purpose of exploring the ways in which play encourages learning, creativity, and discovery, and how it illuminates cultural history. Children are the hopes of each and every community across this country. We must continue to inspire future generations to learn, grow, and innovate, and we know the best way to do that is through play. In 2023, the Strong Museum completed its most recent 90,000 square foot expansion of new exhibit space, bringing the museum total square footage to 282,000 square feet of areas of play, and as has been described, the museum also features the Toy Hall of Fame. Each year, the Hall of Fame selects inductees like the Fisher-Price Corn Popper, the American Girl Dolls, the board game Monopoly, the Atari 2600 game system, Slinky, and last year's new inductee, Cabbage Patch Kids. I'm incredibly proud to have such a noteworthy institution in my district working to serve the children and families from upstate New York and the entire country, and I want to extend an invitation to all of my colleagues to come to Rochester and spend time at the National Museum of Play. I would also like to thank Representative Langworthy for his partnership with this legislation, as well as Chairman Westerman, Ranking Member Puyallup, and the House Committee on Natural Resources for advancing the bill on a bipartisan and unanimous basis. Again, I want to thank my colleagues and urge them to support H.R. 3250. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve, but I will note that we have no further requests for time and are prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman is recognized.
Reserve.
Mr. Speaker,
gentleman is-
as noted above, this bill is quite worthy of our support. While we have been sort of talking about it with a smile in our hearts, we must recognize that it is incredibly important, and we must be thankful to those who have compiled this collection, because it is so essential for us to understand our history and the history of play in our country and the contributions it makes to our society. And with that, I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill provides recognition to a museum that is a source of local pride without draining taxpayer resources or increasing the burden on the National Park Service. I support this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 3250? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no.
The yeas and nays.
In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
Thank you. The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking a vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. Just a couple of them. Okay. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20. Further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1829 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 355, H.R. 1829. A bill to require the Secretary of Agriculture to convey the Pleasant Valley Ranger District Administrative Site to Gila County, Arizona.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from Wyoming, Ms. Hageman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Legger Fernandez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Wyoming.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 1829 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of Representative Crane's bill, H.R. 1829. This is a good bill that would transfer land from the Forest Service to create a retreat facility in Gila County, Arizona for veterans and their families to relax and enjoy the outdoors. Gila County is home to more than 5,000 veterans, and overall the state of Arizona has a population of more than 500,000 veterans. Creating this facility will help those who have served our country find healing, reconnect with nature, and help ease the transition back to civilian life. Almost 60% of the land in Gila County is federally owned, which creates significant limitations on available land for laudable efforts like this proposed retreat for veterans. This retreat center would be created from a Forest Service site that was scheduled to be torn down. In total, this 232-acre site includes 17 buildings, 2 residences, 2 barracks, a historic ranger house and barn, and helipads. Gila County intends to remodel many of the buildings to provide an excellent experience for veterans and their families. Repurposing the site in this way is a win-win, as it will be a great resource for Arizona's veterans while freeing the Forest Service from maintaining the property that it no longer needs. I want to applaud Representative Crane for his leadership in this effort. His diligent work with Gila County and the Forest Service has led to an important effort which will make a meaningful difference in the lives of Arizona's veterans. I support this bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 1829, which would authorize the Secretary of Agriculture to convey the Pleasant Valley Ranger District administrative site to Gila County, Arizona. Adjacent to the rural town of Young, Arizona, the parcel was previously an administrative site for the Forest Service, but is no longer in use for this purpose. The conveyance authorized by this bill would provide Gila County with the opportunity to establish a veterans retreat and community center that would support the communities in Young and the surrounding area. Supporting and uplifting our nation's veterans is a goal that we can all get behind. It's never enough to tell our veterans, thank you for your service. We must always act to show our gratitude by providing veterans the services they need wherever they live. Our rural and Native American veterans deserve to have a place of their own on their own land to carry out the services we owe these patriotic rural and First Americans. This bill contributes to that goal by conveying Forest Service land to create a vibrant veteran center with family housing, resources, meeting and event spaces, a VA mobile clinic, ceremonial grounds, and access to outdoor recreational opportunities. The partnership made possible by this bill will provide new life to deteriorating buildings, barns, barracks, and existing wastewater systems. During our hearing on the bill, the chair of the Gila County Board of Supervisors noted the goal of creating, I quote, the ultimate experience for veterans and their families, end quote. This bill is a win-win. I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, and I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Crane.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in support of my bill, which was the first piece of legislation I introduced and is a testament to veterans in Arizona. Specifically, my bill would enable Gila County, Arizona, to operate a veterans center on 232 acres in Young, Arizona. As a veteran myself, I know the importance of providing these resources, and they cannot be understated. This legislation will serve our state and its heroes well. The Veterans Center would protect and maintain the rich history of the property while providing family housing, meeting and activity spaces, resource rooms, veteran ceremonial grounds, and outdoor recreation. It would be the first of its kind in northern Arizona, providing resources and support to primarily rural veterans and their families. Furthermore, this legislation is an exemplary model of efficient land management. Out west, the federal government retains vast amounts of land, limiting states' ability to maintain, conserve, recreate, and responsibly produce on the lands within their own state. Anytime Congress can vote on legislation that returns power to the state is a good thing. In this case, veterans of northern Arizona will get a space to heal and reconnect with their families after putting their lives on the line for the peace and freedom of all Americans. I'd like to take a moment to thank my friend, Mr. Gosar, who helped lay the foundation for this effort, as well as Senators Sinema and Kelly, who are leading this bill in the Senate. It's my hope that we can get this bill across the finish line. With that, I encourage my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further requests for time, and we are prepared to close.
The gentlewoman reserves.
And we have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close as well. With that, I reserve.
From New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, to support putting into good use this land for the benefit of our veterans, and with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The gentlewoman from Wyoming is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again want to applaud Representative Crane for his leadership in this effort. As a veteran himself, I know that he understands just how important this Veterans Retreat Center will be for the community. I urge adoption of this bill and yield back the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 1829 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6492 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6492, a bill to improve recreation opportunities on and facilitate greater access to federal public land and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6492 as amended, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of the Expanding Public Lands Outdoor Recreation Experiences, or EXPLORE Act. This legislation is a bipartisan effort co-sponsored by Ranking Member Grijalva of the Committee on Natural Resources. I want to take a moment to thank Ranking Member Grijalva for his commitment to this bill, and most importantly, to wish him well in his fight against cancer. Last week, we were saddened to hear of his recent diagnosis. I know what a fighter Ranking Member Grijalva is, and I have confidence that he will be back in D.C. very soon. Our prayers are with him and his family. Mr. Speaker, today is the first time in the history of the House that we will be considering a comprehensive outdoor recreation package aimed at getting more Americans outdoors and supporting the $1.1 trillion and growing outdoor recreation economy. This bipartisan, bicameral bill is a culmination of more than a year's worth of hearings and markups in the House, and it builds off years of work in both House and the Senate. This legislation is co-sponsored by more than 50 of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle. It is also supported by over 100 organizations representing outdoor recreation, small businesses, conservation groups, and sportsmen and women from across the country. I grew up and still spend as much time as I can recreating on and around Arkansas's beautiful public lands, which in my humble opinion are the best the country has to offer. Arkansas is known as the natural state because of our plentiful and well-managed forests, rugged mountains, pristine lakes and rivers, and abundant wildlife. Arkansas offers truly unmatched places to recreate, hunt, fish, spend time with loved ones, and simply enjoy God's wonderful creation. We're known for our world-class mountain biking, duck hunting, trout fishing, and rock climbing. Outdoor recreation is a part of our heritage and a tradition we pass on from generation to generation. That's why I'm proud to author the EXPLORE Act and include great ideas from my colleagues from around the country. Ideas which will improve access and opportunities for outdoor recreation across all of our public lands and waters. This will ensure that more Americans can enjoy our great outdoors in the present while leaving them in better condition for generations to come. Specifically, the EXPLORE Act will create new long-distance bike trails, ensure rock climbing continues in wilderness areas, and reduce the bureaucratic burdens on small business. The bill also helps encourage the next generation of sportsmen and women by creating new target shooting ranges, cutting red tape for filming on public lands, and addressing invasive species that harm recreational fishing opportunities. The EXPLORE Act recognizes that outdoor recreation extends beyond our public lands and into nearby communities that host millions of visitors annually. In Arkansas, visits to public lands support an average of $362 million in economic output. The legislation addresses the challenges gateway communities face by alleviating overcrowding at national parks, addressing housing shortages, and modernizing technology to improve visitor experiences. I'm especially proud that the EXPLORE Act also includes provisions to tackle many of the barriers that prevent members of our military, wounded warriors, people with disabilities, and young folks from fully accessing our public lands. The legislation does this by building new, accessible trails, directing land managers to prioritize recreational visits among our military service members, and reauthorizing the successful Every Kid Outdoors program. I'd also like to highlight the important benefits this legislation provides for Arkansans. Importantly, this legislation directs the U.S. Forest Service to reopen closed campgrounds at the popular Albert Pike Recreation Area in the Ouachita National Forest. The legislation also creates public-private partnerships to improve parking opportunities and the availability and cleanliness of restrooms on public lands, two of the top concerns that I hear from my constituents. Finally, this legislation encourages the creation of new off-highway vehicle recreation opportunities and updates maps for OHV users so they know what trails are open. I would like to acknowledge Arkansas Governor Sarah Sanders and the First Gentleman Brian Sanders for their work on the Natural State Initiative, which is aimed at promoting the beauty and recreation opportunities found in Arkansas. I'd also like to thank Catherine Andrews, the Director of the Arkansas Office of Outdoor Recreation, who testified in support of this legislation last year. Their work has been instrumental in supporting the formulation of this legislation and growing Arkansas's outdoor recreation economy. I would also like to recognize just a few of the Arkansas organizations who have lent their support to this bill, including the Arkansas Climbers Coalition, the Arkansas Canoe Club, and the Arkansas chapter of Backcountry Hunters and Anglers. I urge all of my colleagues to support the bill and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6492, the Expanding Public Lands Outdoor Recreation Experience, or EXPLORE Act, introduced by the Natural Resources Chair, Bruce Westerman, and my esteemed ranking member colleague, Raul Grijalva. I am thankful for the dedication of this bipartisan duo to this legislation and the years of hard work which their chairman described in getting us to this point. The hearings, the input, the compromises, the openness to the ideas that were coming through this long process. I am also very pleased to be an original co-sponsor of the bill as well. When I thought about the EXPLORE Act, I remembered a quote from President Jimmy Carter, who noted, "Like music and art, love of nature is a common language that can transcend political or social boundaries." Ada Limon, our 24th Poet Laureate, just published the anthology, You Are Here, poems which place each of us in nature. These poems will be placed throughout our national parks. We are inspired by our parks because, as she notes in her introduction, nature is not a place to visit. Nature is who we are. But nature needs our help sometimes too, and that's where this bill comes in. Our national parks and public lands are treasures that belong to each and every American. These natural treasures inspire awe in those who visit. They transcend lives and perspectives, but they also are an incredible economic engine for local economies. New Mexico's beautiful 3rd District offers boundless opportunities to explore beautiful places, from skiing the powdered slopes in Taos and Santa Fe, to hiking through the otherworldly landscape of Bisty Badlands, to whitewater rafting down the Rio Grande. The outdoor economy in New Mexico is expanding. Last year, the outdoor economy saw job growth of 7%, employing over 28,000 New Mexicans, similar to the amazing work that we heard about in Arkansas. In fact, this story can be repeated throughout in almost every state where our public lands draw so many and are such an impressive economic engine. Nationwide, our 400 national parks reported a total of 325.5 million recreation visits in 2023, an increase of 13 million, or 4% over 2022. In addition to the continued growth in overall numbers, NPS data shows that visitation is increasing in the more traditional off-seasons at many parks, with more visits in the spring and fall than seen in years past. And 20 parks, many of them less well-known, broke visitation records in 2023. The Explore Act will improve and modernize outdoor recreation opportunities across our national parks and public lands, increasing even more public access, improving agency coordination, supporting gateway communities, and advancing equitable access to the outdoors. This bill is a significant bipartisan effort to advance and foster outdoor recreation activities nationwide. And I want to thank the majority for their consideration and inclusion of several Democratic priorities. Specifically, the Explore Act includes versions of bills sponsored by Representatives Barragan, Levin, Neguse, Porter, and Stansberry, to name just a few. Taken together, these provisions promote accessibility for disabled communities, increase job opportunities for veterans, facilitate a diverse range of recreation opportunities, and close the nature gap for underserved urban communities. Public support for public lands and access to outdoor recreation continues to grow each year, and the Explore Act will help advance the idea that the outdoors really are for everyone. Outdoor recreation is also a growing part of the national economy, and new opportunities for access consistently support economic boosts and gateway communities and job creation across the country. Indeed, next time you go to a national park, listen to the many languages that will be spoken there, because we are drawing tourists from across the globe. The Explore Act will be a significant catalyst for both goals, and I am excited to see it move forward. However, it is vital that we ensure that outdoor recreation is safe, reliable, and accessible for everyone, and that it serves to help preserve and protect our natural world. It is also important to remember that public land conservation, stewardship, and restoration are the backbone of outdoor recreation, and that recreation and land conservation go hand in hand. So we must harness the momentum of this effort to ensure durable support for place-based conservation and sustainable funding that ensures that federal land management agencies are readily equipped to balance the directives of this bill with all the other critical components of their missions. Thanks to the leadership of Chair Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva, the amended bill before us today adds some meaningful and impactful provisions to the Senate version of this bill. There is more work to be done, and we look forward to working with our Senate colleagues as they process the new pieces added by the House, the very good pieces added by the House, which we want the Senate to adopt. With that, I urge my colleagues to vote yes on the Explore Act, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I do say thank you to the gentlelady from New Mexico and for her passion, which is evident on this bill. And thank you to the minority for working with us to come up with a bill about something that truly is nonpartisan. And it's our public lands and our enjoyment of the outdoors and the wonderful opportunities that we have in this country. And as I mentioned earlier, I get to put my name on the bill, the chairman of the committee, but this isn't all my idea. This is ideas that came from both sides of the aisle. As was mentioned, senators are working on this, and I do encourage them to take up our legislation and pass it. But one of those very important provisions in the bill is the military veterans and parks component that's in it. And I would like to recognize and yield 3 minutes to the gentlewoman from Virginia, Ms. Kiggins, who authored this section of the language, a veteran herself, and I yield her 3 minutes.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in support of the Explore Act today. It's been a privilege to work on this legislation with you as a member of the Natural Resources Committee. I'm particularly proud that it includes my Military and Veterans and Parks Act, nicknamed the MVP Act, after the invaluable role our former service members have played in protecting our great nation. As the wife of a veteran, the mother of future veterans, and a former Navy helicopter pilot myself, I have a unique understanding of the challenges facing those who have served. As a geriatric nurse practitioner who spent years caring for our greatest generation, I've also seen the effects of all types of injuries sustained on the battlefield, including post-traumatic stress disorder and countless other invisible wounds. Unfortunately, almost 2/3 of all post-9/11 veterans are experiencing mental health issues, while 27% of all veterans have a service-related disability. We should be going above and beyond to give those heroes every opportunity to reintegrate into civil society and lead happy and healthy lives. That's why it's incredibly frustrating to me that accessibility remains a significant obstacle for disabled veterans in our national parks and other outdoor recreation sites. Steep trails, inaccessible facilities, and inadequate accommodations limit the ability of veterans with disabilities to fully enjoy all of the fantastic recreation opportunities our federal lands have to offer. Between the beach and the bay, Southeast Virginia is home to some of the most beautiful natural resources in the country. Residents and visitors alike enjoy hunting, fishing, hiking, kayaking, camping, and countless other forms of outdoor recreation, often in one of our many national wildlife refuges, as well as Park Service managed lands. The MVP Act ensures these outdoor activities are available to all of our veterans by directing the Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, and the National Park Service to each develop adaptive trails and campgrounds in the regions they manage, as well as accessible hunting, fishing, and kayaking opportunities. As a primary care provider, I know the connection between outdoor recreation and improved mental health outcomes cannot be denied. Research consistently demonstrates that spending time in nature can reduce stress, alleviate symptoms of anxiety and depression, and enhance overall psychological well-being. For our veterans who suffer from both the physical and the invisible wounds of war, these benefits are particularly critical. Though I have not been in Congress long, I've made it my mission since day one to advocate for the mental health of our service members and veterans. It's a mission that guides everything I do here in Washington. That's why it's my great honor to be standing here today in support of the Explore Act. I want to thank Chairman Westerman for his continued support for the MVP Act and for implementing it within the Explore Act. I know this legislation will help improve the lives of our nation's heroes. These brave men and women have selflessly served our country, defended our freedoms, and protected our way of life. It is our duty to ensure that they receive the support and opportunities they deserve, even after their service has concluded. I hope my colleagues recognize the great need for the Explore Act, and I urge them to vote yes. Thank you, and I yield back.
I reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I completely agree that it is important that for those who have fought to preserve our country deserve to have full access to our public lands. It is not enough to say thank you for your service. We must always turn that gratitude into concrete actions, and the sections in this bill are actually turning that gratitude into accessible trails. They are turning that gratitude into health meadows, and specifically directing our agencies to make sure that our veterans have access to the public lands for which they have fought for the preservation. Mr. Speaker, I would like to now yield as much time to the gentlewoman, my hermana from New Mexico, Representative Stansbury, whose legislation is included in the Explore Act.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. I would like to start, Mr. Speaker, by thanking the gentlelady from New Mexico, my sister from the north, and to say that I rise today to both celebrate and to urge passage of the Explore Act, which we are here debating today on the House floor. This bipartisan bill will not only improve access and opportunities for recreation across our public lands and waters across New Mexico and the United States, it will help to protect and promote opportunities for all people to access our lands and waters. I am especially proud that this package includes my Promoting Accessibility on Federal Lands Act, which is a bill I was deeply proud to join forces across the aisle with Representative Siscomani from Tucson to make the great outdoors more accessible to everyone, regardless of physical limitations. This bill directs the Secretaries of Interior and Secretary of Agriculture through all of the parks and public lands and waters that they manage to conduct a comprehensive assessment of accessibility options for our trails, our campsites, our recreational facilities, so that every single person can enjoy the great outdoors. Almost half of New Mexico's lands are publicly managed, and I ran for Congress as a native New Mexican largely because of my passion and love for protecting the precious lands and waters that make us who we are, and to ensure that every single New Mexican has access to the great outdoors, and especially our veterans, which is part of why this bill is so important. In New Mexico, we have one of the largest proportions of veterans and active duty military in the United States, nearly 140,000 veterans in New Mexico alone. As my representative and sister from the North said, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that we are maintaining access and ensuring that all of our veterans, our elders, people living with disabilities, and everyone in our communities can access the great outdoors. It is a place of restorative, resilient opportunity for everyone to be whole and to reconnect. That is why I am proud to have had Vet Voice Foundation testify in support of this legislation, who share a strong connection with the outdoors and believe that protecting our national public lands is not only an opportunity for recreation, but truly a patriotic duty. Mr. Speaker, America's public lands are for everyone, regardless of culture, age, gender, or differing abilities, and this legislation will help to address disparities in accessibility and take critical steps to ensure that our lands and waters are accessible to everyone. And with that, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I again want to show my appreciation to the other gentlelady from New Mexico, Ms. Stansberry, for her work on the bill, and for the great bipartisan support that we've had. And I know every speaker that comes up will talk about the beautiful recreation opportunities in their particular area, but one thing I know is from sea to shining sea, America has beautiful areas for outdoor recreation. And the next gentleman represents a district that includes his hometown of Mobile and some excellent offshore fishing as well as inshore fishing. And I would like to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Carl.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it nice we can come on the floor and agree on something? It's such a pleasure, and thank you. I appreciate working on this bill. Today, I stand strong in support of the Explore Act introduced by Chairman Westerman, a bill that significantly improves our outdoor recreation experiences and bolsters the $1.1 trillion outdoor recreation economy crucial to our nation. This legislation is about more than just enjoyable activities like biking, target shooting, fishing. It's about deepening our connection with nature, a fundamental part of what it means to be an American. From personal experiences, I've learned invaluable lessons during outdoor activity, whether it's fishing in the Gulf or hunting in Alabama in our unlimited woodlands. I've introduced my children to the same experiences, and now those experiences are being passed on to their children. So it is a generational thing that we do get to pass on to our children. It's something special. A key highlight of this bill is it focuses on ensuring access for everyone, including individuals with disability, veterans, and children. Recreation should be open to all, regardless of background or ability. The Explore Act emphasizes conservation efforts, ensures that our outdoor spaces remain accessible and prestige for the future generations. Balances conservation with recreational opportunities is critical to protecting our natural heritage and promoting economic growth. I'm honored to co-sponsor this legislation, and I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting this vital initiative. Together, we can ensure that the benefits of our public lands and waters are enjoyed by all now and in the future. Thank you.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, indeed, it is marvelous when we come together on these bipartisan bills, and I want to recognize the work of Ranking Member Grijalva and Chairman Westerman in bringing these kind of bipartisan bills that we've had all day long today, but the sort of enthusiasm for the Explore Act represents the fact that families, I like the fact that the last speaker talked about families. I need to tell you that when Latinos see visions of that hiker who's on top of the mountain, they always say, how come he's up there alone? Where's his family? Because we know that Latino families love to get out in nature, and they love doing it as family. And so many of these outdoor recreation opportunities are often passed on from father to daughter, from mother to son, from grandfather to grandchildren, and grandmothers to their children. And so I think that that's the other key thing about that. This is including everybody, recognizing that this is indeed a great American tradition to go and explore our outdoors. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I continue to reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, a few years ago, I had an opportunity to go to northern Minnesota and actually drive a vehicle out onto a lake and fish through a little hole in the ice when it was like minus 20 degrees. And I'm telling you, there's all kinds of unique outdoor recreation opportunities across our country. And I want to yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Stauber.
The gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of H.R. 6492, the Explore Act, which I am proud to co-sponsor. You know, Minnesotans, we're fishermen and women. We hunt, we hike, we snowmobile, we ski, we ATV, you name it. Simply put, Minnesotans know how to recreate. But more importantly, Minnesotans are some of the greatest conservationists in the world. Minnesota's 8th Congressional District is blessed to be home to the Chippewa and Superior National Forest, Voyageurs National Park, and the Grand Portage National Monument. Minnesotans not only want to enjoy these treasures themselves, but they want their children and their children's children to enjoy everything God has offered our great state. Maintaining our public lands is just a part of our way of life in northern Minnesota, and I am proud to support legislation that will ensure our public lands remain accessible wonders for everyone, including the rest of the world. The Explore Act will ensure all Americans can reap the benefits of the great outdoors. It does so by requiring our federal land managers to ensure our vehicular use trails are properly maintained, providing safe, quality shooting range access on our national forest and BLM lands, and expanding and enabling access for our nation's active duty service members, veterans, and their families. This is really good legislation that serves the American people. I want to thank my good friend Chairman Westerman and Ranking Member Grijalva for their work and other members on the Natural Resources Committee. This is a good bipartisan piece of legislation, and I urge all my colleagues to join me in supporting this legislation. Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as we continue to hear from the different speakers about the amazing public lands, I want to honor our Ranking Member Grijalva, who has done so much important work on this bill. I want to honor the fact that indeed in his Arizona, he has under his jurisdiction and representing and listening to the cactuses, because Ranking Member Grijalva has the Saguaro National Park, the Oregon Pipe Cactus National Monument, the Coronado National Forest, and the Buenos Aires National Wildlife Refuge. Indeed, these are places where we think about when you go from Minnesota, the land of many lakes where you can fish, to the places that are the most arid in our country. It is this diversity of public land which makes America so beautiful and which attracts so many, because those who have many lakes want to go see what it's like when you have have the deserts and the saguaros, and those who live in the arid deserts want to go and marvel at the lakes and go fishing in Minnesota or in Arkansas where they have their beautiful hot springs. You know, I think New Mexico is absolutely the best, but I love it when I get to explore other public lands across our country, and this act will continue to allow Americans to do that into the future. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I reserve.
The gentlewoman reserves. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, when you think of the great state of Montana, we think of Yellowstone and Glacier and all the beautiful places there, but also think of the gentleman from Montana who is not only Secretary of the Interior, but also represents the great state of Montana and knows a thing or two about outdoor recreation. I yield 2 minutes to Mr. Zinke.
The gentleman is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6492, the Explore Act, for a lot of reasons. As one is that, well, I am from Montana. I don't have cattle, or I don't have a ranch or a helicopter, but I'm John Dutton with a hat. So on this legislation, you know, I'm glad to see it is bipartisan, because some things should be bipartisan in our country. And our public lands and our outdoor experience is that. You know, I grew up in Montana and things have changed. When I grew up, there wasn't any problem with public access. There was plenty of land, there wasn't a lot of people, and you could go kind of where you wanted. Today, that's a lot different. A lot of people are moving in, and we have new strains on our legacy that we inherited. I inherited a lot of what Teddy Roosevelt gave us, but it was a different time. And now there are different strains, and we have to work to manage the next 100 years of what our experience is. A lot of that is inscribed on Yellowstone, the Teddy Roosevelt Arch, is for the benefit and enjoyment of the people. That's an enabling act of why we have the park system we do, for the benefit and enjoyment of the people. I'm proud to add to it the Gateway Communities and Recreation Enhancement Act, because in order to meet this goal, there are certain provisions, especially on gateway communities, we need a little help with. Because the gateway communities themselves find them challenged in infrastructure and housing. You know, how do you attend to the millions of visitors when you're a small town and you rise and fall in population, you know, so dramatically? What this bill does do is it makes sure that issues such as housing, infrastructure, park access are managed and local communities have a say. Sometimes Washington forgets that there's local communities outside the Beltway. And when you're in Montana, we're a long ways away from Washington, and on issues that involve the park, involve the communities, local communities should have that say. So with that, I urge my colleagues all, it should be nearly unanimous or unanimous, to support an act that is bipartisan in the best interest of this country, and may I say also well managed by my friend from Arkansas and the gentlewoman from Arizona. Mr. Speaker,
The gentleman's times has expired. The
Mr.
gentleman
Speaker,
reserves.
I have no further requests for time. I'm prepared to close and continue to reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman is recognized.
I have no further requests for time, and I'm also prepared to close.
The woman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I stand once again in support of this bipartisan act, which reflects so much hard work and compromise and understanding and listening to the many voices who shared with us what they wanted to see in a bill that would increase conservation, that would increase access, and that would increase the ability of Americans to celebrate our public lands, to celebrate America's best ideas, which are our national parks, but also to celebrate something like the 100-year anniversary of the Gila Wilderness, which I will be celebrating in a few weeks in New Mexico, where we had our first wilderness. And indeed, even in that wilderness, we could use some help making sure that the gateway community has access to the kinds of resources we need to make sure that people who might not be able to clamber up to the cliff dwellings can access and learn about those cliff dwellings. It's this recognition of the many hardships but beautiful opportunities that present themselves in our public lands that the Explore Act addresses. And for all of these reasons, I stand in support of this bipartisan legislation. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes in favor of this legislation. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, we talk a lot about access, and there's access for people with limited mobility. There's access for older folks who can't get around as well. But when we think about access in the form of public access to public lands, it's about all Americans being able to enjoy the great lands that we have, what great ideas that our founders had to set this land aside for the enjoyment of all Americans. But it's not something we should just stand back and look at. We should actually get out into our public lands and enjoy them. And I know firsthand the importance of access to our public lands and waters, both for Americans who enjoy them and the communities that surround them. From camping and mountain biking to rock climbing and fishing, the Explore Act has something for everybody who enjoys outdoor activities. The Explore Act would not have been possible without the tireless work and contributions of the many stakeholder organizations that have advocated for comprehensive outdoor recreation policy. I'd like to enter into the record signed by more than 30 of these organizations, which states this transformative legislation is a win-win for businesses, our cherished lands and waters, and Democrats and Republicans alike, all while supporting rural economies, communities, and our American quality of life.
Without objection.
In particular, I'd like to recognize Jess Turner from the Outdoor Recreation Roundtable, Matt Wade from the American Mountain Guides Association, and Aaron Bannon from America Outdoors for their tireless efforts on this bill. I would also like to recognize Senate Energy and Natural Resources Chairman Manchin and Ranking Member Barrasso, who are leading the Senate companion legislation to the Explore Act. I urge support for this first-of-its-kind legislation that will unleash the full potential of the outdoor recreation economy and encourage millions of Americans in Arkansas and across our great country to get out and explore the unparalleled recreational opportunities our federal lands and waters have to offer. I urge adoption of the bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6492 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arkansas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move to suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6233.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 362, H.R. 6233. A bill to amend the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act of 1977 to authorize partnerships between states and non-governmental entities for the purpose of reclaiming and restoring land and water resources adversely affected by coal mining activities before August 3, 1977, and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman, and the gentlewoman from New Mexico, Ms. Leger Fernandez, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arkansas.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 6233, the bill now under consideration.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6233, the Community Reclamation Partnerships Act. H.R. 6233, introduced by Congressman LaHood, would allow states to partner with non-governmental entities to reclaim and restore land and water resources from abandoned mines. There are still thousands of abandoned mines in the U.S., deserted before modern regulations required mine owners and operators to adhere to strict environmental standards and implement holistic land restoration when operations cease. Many of these sites pose health risks, safety hazards, and environmental concerns for their surrounding communities. While fees collected from current mining operations combined with federal dollars fund states' abandoned mine cleanup efforts, Third-party non-governmental organizations, or NGOs, have volunteered their resources to assist in abandoned mine restoration. However, should a site deteriorate in the future after an NGO has implemented restoration efforts, that NGO could be liable for the site. H.R. 6233 aims to shield third-party non-governmental organizations from frivolous litigation. The Community Reclamation Partnerships Act will expedite abandoned mine reclamation efforts and improve environmental hazards, all without using taxpayer funds. I urge my colleagues to join me in support of H.R. 6233, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Arkansas reserves. Gentlelady from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6233, the Community Reclamation Partnerships Act. 2 centuries of coal mining occurred in the United States before the industry was federally regulated in any meaningful way, including in New Mexico, where we have many abandoned wells which litter the countryside. Before 1977, when the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act was passed, coal mining was done with little regard for the environment and absolutely minimal reclamation requirements. This history has left us with a massive number of abandoned coal mines across the country that create environmental and public health hazards. Fortunately, last Congress, Democrats championed and passed over $11 billion to clean up abandoned coal mines. These funds are already being deployed to clean up hazardous sites and to create good jobs. Even with this massive investment, however, there is much work ahead of us before we solve the abandoned coal mine problem for good, though. That's where the Community Reclamation Partnership Act fits in. This bill would provide third-party groups like environmental or wildlife organizations with the ability to use their own funds to clean up streams and watersheds affected by abandoned coal mines without assuming unnecessary liability. I am very thankful for these organizations. Many of them are recognizing the fact that these streams are essential in order to have pristine fishing conditions and other benefits to their surrounding areas. But under current law, these third parties are required to take on full liability if they want to engage in cleanup projects. But these groups often don't have the funds or technical ability to cover cleanup all the way to full remediation. That shouldn't mean they should be stopped from making partial but substantial improvements to the environment for their communities. We can use all the help we can get, right? Therefore, this legislation would create the Good Samaritan protections to allow these third-party groups to enter into memorandums of understanding with the state and EPA with public feedback to clean up a site without holding the community reclaimer to full liability. This community reclamation program is only part of the solution to abandoned coal mine lands, but it's a step in the right direction to clean up this legacy pollution. I am grateful for the bipartisan work on this legislation, and I'm glad to see it on the floor today. I urge support for the bill, and I reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to the author of the legislation, the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. LaHood.
Gentleman from Illinois is recognized.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to acknowledge the chairman, Chairman Westerman, for his leadership on the Natural Resources Committee, and I'm honored to be here today. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, in strong support of my bill, H.R. 6233, the Community Reclamation Partnerships Act. This legislation, which previously passed the House in the 115th Congress, will help address the complex legal and funding-related challenges for abandoned mines that we have across Illinois and the nation. The Community Reclamation Partnerships Act amends the Surface Mining Control and Reclamation Act of 1977 to enable states to partner with non-governmental entities to reclaim abandoned mine sites and facilitate acid mine drainage cleanup across the country. Non-governmental entities such as Trout Unlimited have recognized the need for reclamation in coal communities and are willing to contribute their resources and expertise to address this problem. Unfortunately, liability and regulatory concerns have discouraged them from partnering with the states on reclamation projects. This legislation enables NGO participation in state reclamation programs by minimizing undeserved liability and codifying proven practices established by state reclamation agencies. This legislation also addresses a frequent problem that states experience in addressing water pollution at abandoned mine land sites. States must choose between risking noncompliance under the Clean Water Act or foregoing acid mine drainage abatement projects altogether. Some states, for instance, like Pennsylvania, have successfully addressed this problem by establishing their own guidelines for the treatment of water pollution at abandoned mine land sites. These state-specific strategies have resulted in successful water treatment projects and a significant reduction in acid mine drainage. Currently, state reclamation activities have been funded solely by fees levied on the coal industry over the past 4 decades. These fees have resulted in the reclamation of approximately $4 billion of abandoned mine land liabilities. However, according to the Department of Interior and EPA, the estimated remediation cost exceeds $15 billion. The cost of reclaiming these sites will continue to strain state resources in the coming decades, and the conditions of these sites will only worsen over time. In short, this bill empowers state and local community leaders who want to assist in abandoned mine cleanup efforts so their future development can occur in these areas. No group should be punished for wanting to help their community in a responsible way. H.R. 6233 brings more resources to bear on this considerable challenge, and I urge adoption of this bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more requests for time. I'm prepared to close and reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman's prepared to close. The gentlewoman from New Mexico is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I also have no further requests for time, and I am prepared to close.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, as noted earlier, we stand in support of this legislation and the efforts that will be made under it to have cleanup occur on these coal mines, especially as noted, Trout Unlimited is so willing to work with local communities. They do great work in New Mexico, and we need to encourage organizations to do that. I thank the sponsor for the bill and for working with Trout Unlimited. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Arkansas is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, in closing, I again urge my colleagues to support H.R. 6233. This common sense legislation streamlines abandoned mine recovery efforts and alternative pathway to abandoned mine restoration without the use of government funds or the imposition of additional fees on an industry that is operating today with the highest environmental standards. Further, this bill has bipartisan support and passed unanimously out of the Committee on Natural Resources in December of 2023, and as Mr. LaHood mentioned, it previously has passed out of the committee in the 116th, 117th Congress, and was passed by the House in the 115th Congress. I urge my colleagues to come together again today to support smart, efficient legislation that is good for taxpayers' bottom line, the environment, our states, and our communities. I thank Congressman LaHood for his work to bring H.R. 6233 to the floor, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6233? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill, H.R. 6655, as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
H.R. 6655, a bill to amend the Reauthorization of the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes this gentleman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous materials on H.R. 6655.
Without objection.
I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of a Stronger Workforce for America Act. Thank you, Ranking Member Bobby Scott, for your bipartisan work on behalf of America's workforce, without which this bill would not be on the floor today. Bobby and I decided on day one, while we will not always agree on every issue, we'll work diligently in the areas in which we find common ground. It's safe to say we agree that workforce development is too important an issue not to get something done. Thank you to each and every member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce. Due to your efforts, we were able to pass the bill through the committee on a wide bipartisan vote. Now it's the turn of the full House. My fellow members, a Stronger Workforce for America Act owes its bipartisan appeal to 2 main features: its principles and its promises. The principles of this bill are firmly rooted in increased efficiency, innovation, and accountability in the workforce. A Stronger Workforce for America Act will bolster the efficiency of the workforce system by dedicating 50% of funding to upskilling workers. Skills are becoming the currency of the labor market and the key to unlocking career success. Yet too few of the taxpayer dollars provided to the workforce system currently are being spent developing the skills of our workforce. By elevating skills development, this bill will deliver more opportunities for Americans to prepare for good-paying jobs. Moreover, this bill will give states more flexibility to innovate and to support employer-led initiatives. Empowering states and employers is the best way to ensure the workforce system is nimble and adaptive in the modern economy. Also, it will enhance the performance accountability system in the law that has suffered from nearly a decade of delayed implementation and low expectations, meaning states and local workforce boards will truly be held accountable for the labor market outcomes they produce. Efficiency, innovation, accountability. A Stronger Workforce for America Act rests on these shared bipartisan principles. Now for the promises. A Stronger Workforce for America Act is a bill for those who believe in the incredible, boundless potential of the American workforce. This is the American workforce that smelted the steel, that built the engine, that propelled man to the moon in a Saturn V rocket. This is the American workforce that has repeatedly dropped its tools and its livelihoods on a moment's notice to go fight in service to our country. This is the American workforce that put the world in our pocket when it created the iPhone, a transformational tool that's revolutionized the way we communicate and enabled drones, smart homes, self-driving cars, and more. It's our constant duty and our promise never to forget, neglect, or discount the American workforce. American workers built this great nation. They deserve nothing but the best opportunity to succeed, as rapid changes in our modern economy necessitate new skills in order to keep pace. Therefore, the legislation before us today should be seen in that light. It is a promise that as the economy changes, we will always ensure that workers have an opportunity to gain the right skills for the job. Therefore, I urge passage of a Stronger Workforce for America Act and reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from North Carolina reserves. The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as they may consume.
Recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of H.R. 6655, a Stronger Workforce for America Act. Workers who are looking for higher paying careers and businesses looking for skilled workers should be able to rely on our workforce development system. Unfortunately, decades of chronic disinvestment and lax quality standards in our workforce system have contributed to unsustainable out-of-pocket costs for both workers and employers. I want to thank Dr. Fox for her bipartisan cooperation in drafting the legislation. This bill makes an array of critical improvements in the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, or WIOA, in that it will improve our workforce development system for everyone. It will help create a skilled workforce for the millions of new jobs created under the American Rescue Plan Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Act. Specifically, the bill would ensure that workers displaced from their jobs can access robust development systems, including through individual training accounts, by guaranteeing that they will receive a training voucher for no less than $5,000. This kind of investment will ensure that displaced workers can pay for training in jobs that lead to high-quality, good-paying careers like welding or nursing, among many others. It also creates an emphasis on employer-led initiatives that equip workers with the skills they need to fill jobs in critical industries and help the currently employed workforce upskill to avoid displacement and advance their careers. Moreover, it will serve individuals with barriers to employment, like codifying reentry programs for justice-involved individuals and boosting summer and year-round employment opportunities for youth, especially those who have become disconnected from school and work after the pandemic. And finally, it streamlines the eligible training provider list to ensure that programs are aligned with the skills and hiring demands, and that state and local workforce boards are held accountable for achieving positive outcomes for program participants. In conclusion, I urge my colleagues to support a Stronger Workforce for America Act because it will create more opportunities for working Americans to gain a foothold in the middle class. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, the chair of the Agriculture Committee, Mr. Thompson.
Gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the chairwoman for her leadership. I'm proud to rise today in strong support of the Stronger Workforce for America Act, which will strengthen the federal workforce system and increase access to high-quality and in-demand jobs nationwide. WIOA was successful in many respects, including supporting educational services to help adults develop basic skills and providing funding for vocational rehabilitation services for individuals with disabilities. However, additional reforms are needed to respond to the challenges employers face in filling millions of open jobs nationwide. I'm particularly pleased to see additional funding directed towards upskilling incumbent workers, including giving states a new tool through the Critical Industry Skills Fund to help employers upskill, hire, and retain workers in critical industries. I'm also pleased to see additional emphasis on digital literacy within this legislation, as we all know that these skills are necessary to succeed today. Together, these reforms will ensure workers remain relevant for the rapidly changing 21st century economy. As co-chair of the Bipartisan Career and Technical Education Caucus, I'm grateful to see better alignment with state activities authorized through Perkins. This coordination will allow for expanded integrated integrated education and training programs, assistance to providers in reporting participant outcomes, and additional materials to meet the needs of adult and English learners. Additionally, local workforce development agencies will now be able to relocate one-stop centers to CTE schools, creating a true hub for skills development. Finally, I'm pleased to see my bipartisan legislation, the Creating Opportunities and Thrive in Advance Act, included in this legislation. This will bolster career counseling programs and allow for public outreach to educate Americans with many opportunities the workforce system can provide them. Together, these provisions will fuel innovation, and I appreciate and I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I reserve.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to enter 2 letters into the record, one from the American Association of Community Colleges and the Association of Community College Trustees, and another letter from the Society of Human Resources Management, better known as SHRM.
Without objection.
Mr. Chairman, I yield such time as you may consume to the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Courtney.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Scott. I rise in strong support of the bipartisan Stronger Workforce for America Act, which makes critical improvements to America's job training laws that will close the skills gap, strengthen the relationship between employers and the local labor market, and put more Americans on the pathway to successful careers. I want to congratulate Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member Scott for their bipartisan collaboration to bring this bill to the floor, defying all the negative sort of conventional wisdom about this place, because this is a really critical program at a time when our U.S. economy has 9 million job openings. My district in eastern Connecticut is the fastest growing labor market in our state and the second fastest in New England. The federal job training program that we're discussing here today has been a huge contributor to that growth. Back in 2015, I hosted then Labor Secretary Tom Perez at Electric Boat Shipyard to meet with our local WIOA Workforce Board to discuss the looming need for shipbuilding skills to meet the sharply increased demand by the U.S. Navy for submarine construction. 5 months later, in September 2015, the Manufacturing Pipeline Initiative program was launched using a $6 million WIOA grant by the U.S. Department of Labor. Since its establishment in 2016, nearly 3,500 workers in eastern Connecticut have been hired from the WIOA-funded pipeline to high-quality careers at the Electric Boat Shipyard. And as you can see from this chart, starting in 2016, there's been steady growth. There was a little dip during COVID, but last year, 945 graduates from their pre-apprenticeship program left the WIOA classes to begin again their careers in the metal trades. Because of this highly successful training pipeline, EB has had the workforce to meet the growing build rate that it continues to this day. 2 months ago, EB announced that their target for next year, for 2024, is to hire 5,300 workers to, again, meet the needs for the Virginia program and the Columbia program. Mr. Speaker, we need pre-apprenticeship programs like the manufacturing pipeline to fill the 9 million job openings in the U.S. economy. This bill will do just that by, number one, ensuring that more WIOA dollars are going directly towards upskilling workers and on-the-job learning, streamlining the eligible training provider list to ensure that they are delivering good outcomes and are aligned with the skill and hiring needs of employers, and strengthening the workforce education programs at community colleges to make sure that they align with in-demand jobs by emphasizing programs with industry partnerships, providing more flexibility to one-stop operators to expand access to support services for trainees who need assistance during these 10-week classes or 8-week classes for electricians, 10 weeks for welders, with transportation, childcare, or other essentials to ensure that they can successfully focus on their curriculum and complete their job training program. Mr. Speaker, this is not just a program for young adults. It's also a program that helps workers of all ages. And I would ask to be entered into the record a letter from the Association of Retired Persons in support of this legislation, H.R. 6655, a Stronger Workforce for America Act.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I urge all my members, all my colleagues, to support this legislation, which, again, at this moment in our economy is so critically needed. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Wahlberg.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of H.R. 6655, a Stronger Workforce for America Act, and express great appreciation to Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member Scott for moving this forward. In 2014, I was proud to work with my colleagues on the Education and Workforce Committee to pass the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, that made critical improvements to streamline the maze of federal workforce development programs. At its core, the WIOA aims to connect people with the skills they need to be competitive in the modern workforce. In a rapidly evolving world, the landscape of the workforce is constantly changing, as it should. Technological advancements, globalization, and shifting market trends mean that the skills needed today might not be the same as those required tomorrow. To thrive in this dynamic environment, it's imperative that individuals have the necessary skills and development opportunities that are aligned with the needs of local industries. The bill we are considering today strengthens the law to further fuel innovation for a skills-based economy. A Stronger Workforce America Act makes reforms to WIOA that will increase the amount of skills development provided under the law, strengthen connections between employers and the workforce system, and streamline bureaucracy. The bill also gives governors a new tool to address the economic priorities of their states, allowing them to set aside additional funds for a critical industry skills fund to help employers upskill, hire, and retain workers in priority industries. These critical reforms will equip America's workers with the skills to succeed in the modern economy. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan legislation to build a stronger American workforce. And I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as she may consume to the gentlelady from Connecticut, the vice-ranking member of the Committee on Education and Workforce, Ms. Hayes.
Gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. I rise in strong support of this legislation, which would reauthorize workforce development programs. Right now in Connecticut, there are 119,000 young people disconnected from school or work. These could be students who dropped out of school during the pandemic, are involved in foster care, or have become homeless. Youth Build programs in Connecticut and across the country help these opportunity youth complete their education and develop in-demand skills. I am also pleased to see that my legislation, the Youth Build for the Future Act, was included in this bill, which provides opportunities for young people. My legislation would allow Youth Build programs to fund meals for participants, ensuring that no one has to choose between finding food and completing the program. This bipartisan legislation creates a workforce system that is more responsive to employer needs and puts more Americans on the pathway to a successful career. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to enter into the record a letter in support of H.R. 6655 from LinkedIn.
Without objection.
I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan bill, which will help youth get back on the right track, and I yield back.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Allen.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentlelady from North Carolina and our chairman of the Education and Workforce Committee for giving me this opportunity to rise in support of H.R. 6655, the Bipartisan Stronger Workforce for America Act. Having built a small business from the ground up, I have experienced firsthand just how hard it can be to find skilled and qualified workers. As I travel the 12th District of Georgia, the number one issue I hear about from business owners and job creators is workforce development. That's why, with nearly 9 million unfilled jobs across the nation, it is imperative we move past the status quo and recognize that many good-paying jobs do not require a traditional four-year college degree. H.R. 6655 655 will make much-needed improvements to the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act to ensure federal dollars are dedicated to upskilling the workforce and making the shift to skills-based hiring. Additionally, I'm proud that provisions from my Startup Act were included in this critical legislation to incorporate entrepreneurial skills development training into the current workforce development system. One of the greatest honors of my life has been the ability to provide hardworking Americans with the dignity and respect that comes from gainful employment and the means to provide for their families, their communities, their church, and yes, this nation. The traditional working family is the greatest economic engine ever created. By bridging the gap between the education and business communities, we can equip our workforce with the tools needed to spark innovation, spur economic growth, and achieve the American dream. I urge support for this bipartisan Stronger Workforce for America Act, and with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as it may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
And just wanted to recognize the fact that we received a letter from ITI in support of the legislation, the Information Technology Industry Council. They point out that the bill will help many workers obtain the skills needed for today's jobs by increasing the cap on incumbent worker training funds to allow for the current workforce to reskill and upskill, and directs 50% of the funds towards workforce skill education through the individual training accounts, on-the-job training, and employer-led initiatives, as well as including digital literacy skills, which play a pivotal role in today's jobs. I'd ask unanimous consent that this be entered into the record.
Without objection.
And I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves it. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Smucker.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of H.R. 6655, a Stronger Workforce for America Act. I was very pleased to see this move out of the Ed and Workforce Committee in a bipartisan manner. I'd like to congratulate Ranking Member Scott and Chairwoman Fox for putting this bill on the floor today. This bill is a big priority, not only of mine, but for the district that I represent, for employers in the district there, and will help many workers achieve a better life through connection with a great job and a great career. Just want to mention several things in the bill that are important to my constituents. One, reducing red tape to help qualified training providers have access to the eligible training provider list through which they can receive WIOA funding. Additionally, this bill includes significant portions of my bipartisan bill to codify and strengthen the reentry program, which helps those exiting the justice system find stable employment and reintegrate into their communities. The bill before us today also includes a piece of legislation that I co-led with Mr. Moran of Texas, which allows in-school youth to access individualized training accounts through which they can participate in training programs and get a jump start on their careers. Finally, H.R. 6655 clarifies that online training providers are eligible to participate in WIOA as long as they meet rigorous outcomes requirements. Altogether, a Stronger Workforce for America Act includes meaningful reforms that will make the WIOA system more impactful and will develop a new generation of workers who can meet the economic needs of our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've reserved my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Owens, Chairman of the Higher Education and Workforce Subcommittee.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in support of Stronger Workforce for America Act. The original Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act, WIOA, was created to enhance our country's workforce development by streamlining a complex federal program. Unfortunately, it has not proved efficient. We all know that the economy is presently in bad shape. Employers continue to struggle to fill open positions. America needs an upskilled and reskilled workforce to compete in a constantly changing world. WIOA was supposed to tackle this issue, but to do so requires reform. The Stronger Workforce for America Act does just that. It works to upskill our workforce and puts employers in the driver's seat. It also gives state and local workforce boards the real opportunity to innovate within their systems to include my One Door to Work Act. This legislation, which duplicates the successful Utah model, encourages integration of workforce and safety net programs to create one door that will lift workers out of poverty into careers. Though innovation is a word included in the name WIOA, in practice it's lacking. The One Door to Work language allows innovation to be part of the WIOA. It empowers state and local leaders to innovate in pursuit of better outcomes. Innovation leads our nation forward. We need to embrace that in WIOA and pass the Stronger Workforce for America Act. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to recognize the letter that we received from the California Opportunity Youth Network, where they say the authorization will improve numerous training services, planning, and outcomes for opportunity youth, and we respectfully urge timely consideration of this bipartisan legislation on the floor of the House. They go on to say that we should not be turning away a young person trying to work towards a better future because of paperwork. For this reason, we're extremely supportive of the provision which streamlines the eligibility determination process. I reserve the balance of my time and ask that this letter be entered into the record.
Without objection, gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Moran.
Gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member Scott, for introducing H.R. 6655, a Stronger Workforce for America Act. This bipartisan legislation will address the workforce needs of our industries by making necessary updates to the Workforce Innovation Opportunities Act, also known as WIOA. This bill accomplishes much, but let me highlight 4 important areas. First, this bill ensures that 50% of adult and dislocated worker funding goes towards upskilling workers. Second, this bill strengthens the current workforce education programs at community colleges so that educational programs are tied to the needs and demands of the community's businesses and the free market. Third, this bill heightens accountability for the use of these funds and is more outcome-based while reducing the bureaucracy of typical government programs. And fourth, this bill includes my Building Youth Workforce Skills Act, which provides eligible in-school youth access to individual training accounts for a wide range of educational programs. This creates more opportunities for youth as they look to develop their skills in a way that is aligned with their passions and that is also relevant to business. It is critical that we provide workers access to workforce development and training programs that find the sweet spot between the needs of businesses and the skills of its workers. H.R. 6655 does just that, and it brings greater accountability and value to the taxpayers. For these reasons and many more, I urge my colleagues to support this important piece of legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman from North Carolina reserves. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Ohio, a senior member of the Appropriations Committee, Ms. Capter.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Scott, for your unyielding and inspired leadership on this critical jobs training bill and for yielding me time. What America makes and grows America. I urge my colleagues to support this bipartisan reauthorization. The Stronger Workforce for America Act legislation is a pivotal measure for workers across America, particularly in regions like mine. The outsourcing of manufacturing jobs has left profound scars, especially the loss of American real wealth within our borders. That is the ability to feed, clothe, educate, transport, and heal and supply our people inside our borders and not become dependent on any outside force for the energy that fuels us or the clothing we wear. This reauthorization makes critical investments in skilled training opportunities, and it bolsters vital apprenticeship funding. It paves the way for individuals to gain the necessary skills to thrive in today's rapidly evolving job market. I'm heartened by the enthusiasm that I witness in the aspiring generation to build forward skills inside America's borders that sustain the nation itself. Apprenticeship opportunities play a crucial role in restoring American job training capacity through focused hands-on experience, mentorship, and specialized skills development. Imagine our nation unleashing the potential power of America's full capacity here at home. In the Heartland region, where NAFTA dealt a body blow to manufacturing jobs, I've committed a great deal of my service to help create new jobs for Northwest and Northern Ohio in steel, automotive, agriculture, food processing, technology, and so much more. Apprenticeship programs offer a pathway to revitalizing our workforce and rebuilding our communities. With the historic job boom of over 15 million jobs created under the Biden administration compared to the loss of nearly 3 million jobs under the prior administration, the importance of job training initiatives cannot be overstated. By investing in our nation's future workers and retraining the current workforce, we not only empower individuals to succeed, we also lay a stronger foundation for our nation's economy here at home. Real wealth, not virtual wealth, real wealth. Prioritizing workforce development means good-paying jobs for steel workers, railroad workers, auto workers, skilled mechanics, leather workers, carpenters, plumbers, joiners and fitters, and members of our building trades. Let's lift up the talents of our people and teach these precious skills. We'll ensure that every American has the opportunity to contribute to and benefit from the prosperity of our nation. Let's build more houses. Let's build more American cars. Let's can more American products. Let's tap into the vital creativity that is the heart of innovation and growth in this economy. Let's educate. Let's re-educate. Let's train. What America makes and grows America. Thank you, and I yield back in strong support.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 1.5 minutes to the gentlewoman from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Stronger Workforce for America Act, a critical piece of legislation that addresses the pressing needs of our workforce development system. I thank Chairwoman Fox and Ranking Member Scott for their work on this bipartisan legislation and for their responsiveness to the input from members of the Education and the Workforce Committee. I'm especially proud that this reauthorization includes my language that addresses a concerning gap in our current workforce funding mechanisms. As included in the Stronger Workforce for America Act, my provision specifically amends the distribution of federal dollars, allowing states to reallocate funds as performance incentives to workforce boards that have either met or exceeded their performance targets. Additionally, recaptured funds that are awarded as performance incentives are not subject to the 50% training requirement that applies to the adult and dislocated worker programs. This will help entities who are meeting their targets reinvest in programs that work. It also ensures that our taxpayer dollars are effectively allocated to entities that are best serving our communities and helping individuals access the skills and education they need for meaningful employment. I'm proud to have been involved in the drafting of this version of the Stronger Workforce for America Act, as it enhances accountability, quality, and efficiency within our workforce system, ensuring that taxpayer dollars are used effectively. I urge all my colleagues to support this legislation. And I yield the balance.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
Gentleman reserves.
And
gentlewoman from North Carolina is
Thank you,
recognized.
Mr. Speaker. I'm prepared to close if the gentleman from Virginia is prepared.
Thank you.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of the time. Mr. Speaker, in the last Congress, we tried to get together on a reauthorization of WIOA, but we couldn't come to an agreement. We passed a bill. It didn't pass the Senate. I'm pleased that this Congress, Chairwoman Fox and I, the committee's staff, were able to get together and work together on a bipartisan draft of a Stronger Workforce for America Act. And I'm grateful that the committee staff, particularly Scott Estrada and Merrick Lako, spent countless hours drafting this legislation. This bill is an example of the great work that can get done when we work together, so I urge my colleagues to support the legislation, which will meaningfully strengthen our workforce. And I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I thank Ranking Member Scott for his good work on this, as well as the staff on his side who have worked so diligently on this, as well as the members on the other side of the aisle. Fighting on behalf of American workers has been one of the great privileges of my time leading the Committee on Education and the Workforce. In fact, it's been one of the great privileges of my entire career. To each staff member who's undertaken this duty with me over the years, and especially on this bill, thank you. There is an unsung army behind me that equals every bit of my passion for the American worker. Together, we hammered out the details of this bill the old-fashioned way. This is a product of negotiation and compromise, and it's a welcome sight. I also want to enter letters of support from many organizations, including the Business Roundtable, Americans for Prosperity, and Associated Builders and Contractors.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman from North Carolina yields back. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill H.R. 6655 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
On that, Mr. Speaker, I demand the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. What purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House suspend the rules and agree to the bill S. 2051 as amended.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Senate 2051, an act to reauthorize the Missing Children's Assistance Act and for other purposes.
Pursuant to the rule, the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Mrs. Fox, and the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Scott, will each control 20 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from North Carolina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on S. 2051.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in support of the Missing Children's Assistance Reauthorization Act, which authorizes support for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC. NCMEC is the National Clearinghouse and Resource Center for protecting missing and exploited children. Protecting our country's most vulnerable children has long been a national priority. That's why Congress created the Missing Children's Assistance Act, MCAA, in 1984 to provide federal coordination of state and local efforts to recover and support missing and exploited children. At the opening ceremony for NCMEC, President Reagan proclaimed, quote, "All Americans, and especially our youth, have the right and the opportunity to walk our streets, to play and to grow, and to live their lives without being at risk," end quote. Ever since NCMEC has dutifully served as the National Resource Center to find missing children, reduce child sexual exploitation, and prevent child victimization. Reauthorizing the NCAA is imperative in today's times of unparalleled and evolving threats to children, both online and out in public. S 2051, the Missing Children's Assistance Reauthorization Act of 2023, is bipartisan legislation that renews the NCAA through fiscal year 2028 and takes critical steps in helping NCMEC better respond to crimes affecting children across the country. A companion bill, H.R. 5/2024, was introduced in the House by Representatives Bean and Courtney, and I thank them for their work on this important issue. S 2051 would improve NCMEC's ability to assist law enforcement to identify, locate, and recover missing and exploited children, develop educational materials to reduce the risk of child sex trafficking, online enticement, sexual extortion, and cyberbullying, provide education and technical assistance for conducting background checks on individuals working with children, offer support services to missing and exploited children and their families, and facilitate requests to have child sexual abuse material removed from the internet. In fact, NCMEC's commitment also extends globally, collaborating with international organizations to combat the issue of child exploitation. Such collaborations ensure a united effort against international trafficking threats, particularly in a world increasingly interconnected online and ever evolving with the advent of artificial intelligence. When President and CEO of NCMEC, Michelle DeLon, was asked by the Education and the Workforce Committee at a recent hearing how concerned on a scale of 1 to 10 she was about AI threats to children, DeLon responded, an 11. Earlier this year, big tech CEOs testified before the Senate and received sharp criticism for rampant child exploitation on their platforms. Those CEOs have blame to share, but the House of Representatives has a duty to fulfill. Passing the Missing Children's Assistance Reauthorization Act of 2023 means we will ensure NCMEC has the tools needed to protect America's most vulnerable children today and in the future. Mr. Speaker, with that, I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentlewoman reserves. Gentleman for Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, and I rise in support of S 2051. All children deserve a safe, loving home and to have their basic needs met. And when a child goes missing or suffers abuse, families experience unimaginable pain and horror. For children, the trauma is much worse. So many survivors of exploitation or abuse suffer physical and mental harm that can impact them for the rest of their lives. This pain has grown in recent years. We've seen a disturbing exponential rise in reported exploitation and child abuse cases, particularly online. For example, in 2023, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, received a staggering 36 million reports of child sexual abuse and sexual exploitation from public and electronic service providers such as Facebook or Google on its cyber tip line. Members from both sides of the aisle have long agreed that NIDMIC is essential to protecting and supporting exploited children as well as restoring hope to parents and loved ones. And today, NIDMIC is working diligently to keep pace with innovative technology and get ahead of evolving threats to our children's safety. So I'm grateful that our colleagues, Representatives Courtney and Bean, came out together to introduce the Missing Children's Assistance Reauthorization Act, which makes several improvements to NIDMIC that the Chairwoman outlined a few minutes ago. The bottom line is that we're working to renew the authorization of NIDMIC's grant program and to ensure that they have the necessary tools to protect America's most vulnerable children. For these reasons, I support the legislation and urge my colleagues to support it. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Virginia reserves. Gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, Chairman of the Early Childhood, Elementary, and Secondary Education Committee.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair, thank you very much for the time. Mr. Speaker, every 40 seconds in America, a mother or father will experience the worst nightmare, a missing child. The reason can be as benign as a simple misunderstanding or a serious abduction by a stranger. In fact, nearly 500,000 children are reported missing every year, but astonishing as that number is, the real number could be much higher since many children are not reported missing. However, Mr. Speaker, it didn't always used to be this way. In the 70s, when I grew up, hard to believe that, but when I grew up in the 70s, I remember that we had unfettered play activities outside as long as you're home before the street lights came on. When we were there for dinner. Unsupervised outdoor activity was a safe, integral part of adolescence, and we lived in a high-trust society. Though over time, that image of society slowly faded away due to several high-profile child abductions, including the tragedy of Adam Walsh. Now the world feels much less safe. Each year, threats to our children grow just as the avenues for reaching them are expanding. Predators are more sophisticated about how they gain access to children. Their actions are more brazen, and those threats have found a way into our homes. The proliferation of the internet and smartphones have enabled child sex trafficking and other forms of child exploitation. Consequently, the numbers of reports of online photos and videos of children being sexually abused is at record levels. Bottom line, our children deserve to grow up in a safe environment. It's our duty to protect them and our most precious and vulnerable citizens for our law enforcement to be prepared efficiently and quickly when the unthinkable happens. That's where the Missing Children Assistance Act, the MCAA, comes in. Enacted in 1984, the MCAA allowed the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, to serve as the National Resource Center with the goal of protecting children from abduction, exploitation, and abuse. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children helps locate missing children and provides support for victims of abduction and sexual exploitation. The organization works tirelessly to prevent these tragedies from occurring in the first place, creating a safer world for our children. Here's some numbers, Mr. Speaker, and they're big numbers too. In 2023, NCMEC received 148,695 calls, and the organization assisted law enforcement, families, and child welfare with 28,886 cases of missing children, recovering 88% of those cases. For 40 years, NCMEC has led the fight to protect children across the nation, recovering more than 400,000 missing children. By supporting NCMEC, we contribute to the safety and well-being of all children, ensuring they can grow up in an environment where they are protected, nurtured, and allowed to flourish. That's why I am proud to join Representative Joe Courtney to introduce the companion bill to this bill. The Missing Children's Assistance Reauthorization Act of 2023 makes critical updates to help the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children better support youth who are missing, to reduce child sexual exploitation, and to prevent child victimization. This bill also provides critical transparency requirements to better assess the performance of specific scientific techniques and NCMEC's forensic partners to achieve the best possible outcomes. Specifically, this bipartisan bicameral bill will improve NCMEC's ability to assist law enforcement to identify, locate, and recover missing and exploited children, develop educational materials to reduce the risk of child sex trafficking, online enticement, sexual and extortion, and cyberbullying. It will provide education and technical assistance to help conduct background checks on individuals working with children. It will offer support to missing and exploited children and their families, and it will also facilitate requests to have child sexual abuse materials removed from the internet. As a father of 3, I can't imagine the pain of missing or having an exploited child. It's why I'm voting yes on this bill, the Missing Children's Assistance Reauthorization Act of 2023, and I strongly urge the entire body, all my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, to join me and support this bill and uphold our solemn duty to shield children from exploitation and danger. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield such time as you may consume to the gentleman from Connecticut, senior member of the Committee on Education and the Workforce, Mr. Courtney.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Mr. Scott. And I join my colleagues to rise today in strong support of the Missing Children's Assistance Reauthorization Act of 2023. This bill is the Senate companion to House Bill 5224, which I co-led with my colleague from Florida and a member of the House Education and Workforce Committee, Aaron Bean. This bipartisan legislation renews the Missing Children's Assistance Act and makes critical updates to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, NCMEC, to find missing children, reduce child exploitation, and prevent child victimization. Since Congress first authorized the National Center for Missing and Exploiting Children through the MCAA in 1984, NCMEC has assisted in over 400,000 cases, successfully recovering missing children. In 2022 alone, NCMEC assisted law enforcement, families, and child welfare agencies with 27,644 cases of missing children which were recovered. And again, it operates critical programs to help these children, including a 24-hour toll-free hotline, a cyber tip line to report suspected child exploitation, and a forensic science unit to help find long-term missing children. NCMEC is also essential to combat child abuse and exploitation online, which is growing at an exponential rate, as we've heard from my colleagues on the floor a few minutes ago. Unfortunately, the Missing Children's Assistance Act and the authorization of NCMEC expired at the end of fiscal year 2023. Letting that authorization of NCMEC continue to lapse will put the safety of children at risk, which is particularly troubling as there has been a disturbing exponential increase in reports of child abuse and exploitation, particularly online. As we've heard from Chairwoman Fox, the bill doesn't just merely reauthorize the law, it also introduces updates and improvements to allow NCMEC to perform its duty at a higher efficiency. Mr. Speaker, NCMEC has made a big impact in the state of Connecticut. I know that because my wife, Audrey Courtney, is a pediatric nurse practitioner at Connecticut Children's Hospital who works in its child protection unit. That unit provides highly skilled medical help to victims of child abuse and assists law enforcement in the apprehension, arrest, and prosecution of perpetrators. NCMEC is instrumental to her work and the work of her highly skilled and diligent colleagues. Hopefully, Mr. Speaker, someday we will reach a time when there is no need for NCMEC, but unfortunately we're not there today in 2024. Therefore, it is our solemn duty to America's vulnerable children to move forward and pass this bill. I urge a yes vote and yield back my time.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll reserve.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I'm prepared to close.
I am too, and as soon I'll be happy to close after the gentleman from Virginia.
Gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, vulnerable youth are at heightened risk of endangerment. Additionally, LGBTQI plus youth face disproportionate rates of experiencing homelessness, often caused by fleeing abuse or rejection by family members. No child should be in harm's way or exploited because of who they are. The majority of missing child cases reported to NCMEC involve endangered runaways. Importantly, NCMEC works with a diverse group of stakeholders, uses trauma-informed practices, and uses a case management approach to ensure that it meets the needs of each child individually and with taking into consideration the diverse needs. I'm grateful for my colleagues, Representatives Courtney and Bean, for introducing the House Companion Bill. This legislation makes several important improvements in NCMEC's grant program and importantly reauthorizes it. So I call on my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support the legislation, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. Gentleman of North Carolina is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
Gentleman is recognized.
The successes of NCMEC over the past 40 years and the need for its continued funding have been well established. Today, NCMEC, with its 450 employees, operates a unique public-private partnership that is the essential formula for effective governance, working with families, law enforcement, schools, community leaders, and nonprofits. In 2023 alone, NCMEC received 148,695 calls, and the organization assisted law enforcement, families, and child welfare with 28,886 cases of missing children and recovered 88% of those cases. With the passage of S. 2051, the Missing Children's Assistance Reauthorization Act of 2023, we can ensure continuing success for NCMEC. Government's most basic duties include establishing justice, ensuring domestic tranquility, providing for the common defense, and promoting the general welfare. Our most sacred responsibility is to protect the well-being and upbringing of future generations. I urge passage of this legislation to protect missing and exploited children who deserve their shot at the American dream. And I yield the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields. The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass Senate 2051 as amended? Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, 2/3 being in the affirmative. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I demand the yeas and the nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. All those in favor of taking this vote by the yeas and nays will rise and remain standing until counted. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A of Rule 1, the Chair declares the House in recess until approximately 6:30 p.m. today.
previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order. Motions to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6655, Senate 2051, and agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the journal if ordered. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, remaining electronic votes will be conducted as 5-minute votes. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to suspend the rules and pass H.R. 6655 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
H.R. 6655, a bill to amend and reauthorize the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. Yeas are 378, the nays are 26, two-thirds being in the affirmative. The rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the motion of the gentlewoman from North Carolina, Ms. Fox, to suspend the rules and pass Senate 2051 as amended, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title.
Senate 2051, an act to reauthorize the Missing Children's Assistance Act and for other purposes.
The question is, will the House suspend the rules and pass the bill as amended? Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 406, the nays are 0. Two-thirds being in the affirmative, the rules are suspended, the bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the question on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal, which the Chair will put de novo. The question is on agreeing to the Speaker's approval of the Journal. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it, and the Journal stands approved. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I have ask unanimous consent.
Gentlemen will suspend. The House will be in order. Members are encouraged to take their conversations off the floor. For what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent. That I may hereafter be considered the first sponsor of H.R. 4006, a bill originally introduced by Representative Johnson of Ohio for the purpose of adding co-sponsors and requesting reprintings pursuant to Clause 7 of Rule 12.
I got ahead of you. Without objection. And for what purpose does the gentleman from Texas seek recognition?
Again, to seek unanimous consent.
The gentleman will state the request.
I ask unanimous consent that it may be in order at any time on Thursday, April 11, 2024, for the Speaker to declare a recess, subject to the call of chair, for the purpose of receiving in joint meeting His Excellency Fumio Kishida, Prime Minister of Japan.
Without objection.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Illinois seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to speak out of order.
The gentleman is recognized without objection.
I rise today, along with my colleagues from across the Illinois delegation, to pay tribute to the victims that were killed and injured in the Rockford stabbing spree on March 27th. On that dark day for our city, we lost 15-year-old Jenna Newcomb, a student from East High School who shielded her sister and others from the attacker. We lost 49-year-old Jay Larson, a 25-year veteran of the United States Postal Service and member of the Illinois Letter Carriers who was out delivering the mail to his neighbors. We remember 63-year-old Ramona Schupach, a mother and grandmother, and her 23-year-old son, Jacob Schupach. Together, we grieve for the loss of our loved ones. As a native Rockfordian, I have faith that we will not let this tragedy define us. As we work to make sense of what happened, we must continue to tell the story of who we are and what we stand for. Today, we lead with love, compassion, and kindness. And as neighbors, we weather every awful storm, looking for the sunlight to tell us that it's over. I appreciate my colleagues standing with me today on the floor of the House to remember those we lost in tragedy. And I want to thank all of the members of this entire body who shared their thoughts, prayers, and keeping Rockford in their hearts during this difficult time. Mr. Speaker, I ask the House to join me in a moment of silence to remember the victims of the Rockford, Illinois stabbing spree. Thank you all. I yield back.
I'll entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, Mr. Speaker.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, the House is not in order.
The House will be in order. The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to report to the House that Article 3 courts have once again protected the American people from extreme executive overreach. I am talking, of course, about the president's so-called, quote, borrower defense, end quote, rule. On Friday, the 5th U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals stopped the regulation in its tracks for now. This key decision gives strong reason to believe that the borrower defense scheme will be permanently scuttled. Writing for the court, Judge Edith Jones said, quote, "We assess a strong likelihood that the plaintiffs will succeed on the merits in demonstrating the rule's numerous statutory and regulatory shortcomings," end quote. This is a grand slam for taxpayers and for every American who never stepped foot on a college campus, yet have been forced to pay for other student debt. God bless our Republican system of checks and balances. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight the extraordinary achievements of the NC State men's and women's basketball teams, which had amazing runs through this year's NCAA championships. For the first time in NC State's history, both teams made it to the Final Four in the same year. The underdogs of the season, the men's team, shocked the nation when they beat top-seeded UNC to win the ACC tournament, claiming the title for the first time since Jimmy V was the coach in 1987. They continued to defy the odds by beating Duke and making it to the Final Four. The three-peat champions, the women's team, also made the Wolfpack community exceptionally proud, starting the season unranked and making it to the Final Four with an incredible final game against South Carolina. Congratulations to both teams on your fantastic season. Go Pack! Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Gold Star Spouses Day. On April 5th, we honored the spouses of military service members who died while defending our freedom and serving our country. This day offers remembrance for the spouses while also acting as a time of recognition for their sacrifices. As an Army dad, I'm blessed my son has returned home from his deployments. I'm aware that this is not the case for all families, and we must take the time to remember, respect, and to honor the spouses of our fallen service members. Gold Star Spouses Day brings awareness of the sacrifices and the grief these spouses have faced in the name of our country. Mr. Speaker, let us all take a moment to remember that our freedom is not free. Gold Star families have lost a loved one in the name of protecting our freedom, and they deserve our gratitude today and every day. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentleman from North Carolina seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, every day more than 200 Americans lose their lives due to fentanyl drug overdose. The overdose rate among the American population has reached an unprecedented high. The truth is that last year, United States Customs and Border Protection personnel seized 51.4 million fentanyl pills at the Tucson sector alone. Unfortunately, fentanyl pills and counterfeit drugs still manage to make their way into American communities. During my recent visit to Nogales, Arizona, it was made clear that we urgently need more scanning technology, bandwidth, and personnel. Congress must take immediate action to stop the flow of deadly fentanyl. That includes securing the border and passing the MAP Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Thank you. This week marks the 45 years of Taiwan Relations Act, which has strengthened our partnership with our friends in Taiwan and shaped the U.S. foreign policy in the Indo-Pacific. Taiwan is a trusted partner in freedom, democracy, trade, security, and global health. As chairwoman of the House Foreign Affairs Committee's Subcommittee on Indo-Pacific, I've been working to ensure the United States supports Taiwan. I led the Taiwan WHO Act to support Taiwan's participation in the World Health Organization and the World Health Assembly, and the Taiwan Non-Discrimination Act to give Taiwan a seat at the table in the International Monetary Fund. I also led the Arms Exports Delivery Solutions Act, which became law through the NDAA, to track and ensure delivery of backlog arms to Taiwan. Our partnership with Taiwan is more important than ever. Thank you, and I yield the balance of my time.
Members are advised to take their conversations outside. For what purpose does the gentleman from Arizona seek recognition?
I rise to ask unanimous consent to address this body for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Arizonans, tonight I am angry. Today, the Arizona Supreme Court upheld an 1864 law passed before Arizona was a state, before women could even vote, that bans abortion at every stage of pregnancy without exceptions for rape or incest. It puts women's lives at risk. Recently, a constituent of mine shared a story of her close friend. She went into preterm labor at just 20 weeks, and her doctors had devastating news: her baby wasn't viable. But under Arizona's draconian abortion laws, she was told she would have to wait until her baby's heart stopped or she became seriously infected before her medical team would be allowed to intervene. She was in pain and scared she could suffer future infertility or even die. This is the devastating reality of a post-Roe America. Politicians deciding who can receive health care and when, not families and their doctors. And extremists in this Congress continue to block a vote on the Women's Health Protection Act, which would restore the federal right to an abortion. It's unforgivable, and Arizonans will remember in November. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from South Carolina seek recognition?
Consent to address the House 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks.
The gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Incredibly, the March 22nd Washington Times lead front page article by Ben Wolfgang was a remarkable journalistic achievement. It correctly warned of the ISIS-K terrorist attack on Russia, which gruesomely was correct that night, with the murderous attack on the Moscow Crocus City Hall, killing over 140 innocent civilians. At a time of fake news and blatantly biased reporting by mainstream media, it's refreshing to know the Washington Times courageously stands for truth. Times President Christopher Dolan has launched the Threat Status newsletter with National Security Editor Guy Taylor to provide daily email updates. The March 22nd article specifically cited an imminent terrorist attack in Russia, which the war criminal Putin that day should have tried to prevent, instead of his obsession with mass murder of Ukrainians. With Biden open borders and the warnings by the FBI, American families are sadly at a greater risk of attack today than ever. In the event of attacks to disrupt elections, all voting should be election day in person while accepting military absentee ballots. Congratulations, Coach Dawn Staley and the USC Gamecocks.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Ohio seek recognition?
minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, I viewed the total solar eclipse surrounded by thousands of children, teachers, and families at Imagination Station in Toledo, Ohio. So many traveled from near and far to witness this phenomenon together. New generations of astronauts and scientists were inspired to think about how our solar system and its qualities impact our way of life. The science and mysteries of the cosmos, sun, moon, and the stars above remain new horizons for humankind. As a lifelong resident of the Buckeye State, I know Ohio is recognized as the state of flight, and for courageous heroes from the Wright brothers to astronauts John Glenn and Neil Armstrong. Our state has a proud tradition of breaking barriers, from soaring into flight, taking the first steps on the moon, and launching toward the stars above. Yesterday, a new generation of Ohioans got a chance to take in the wonders and see a phenomenon, something we will not witness again until 2044. Maybe the next John Glenn or Sally Ride was amongst us yesterday, dreaming of the day they will change the course of space travel and human history. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Utah seek recognition? Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I rise today to lend my voice to the chorus of voices calling for the release of the hostages taken in Israel by Hamas terrorists on October 7th. Last week I was in Israel, and I had the opportunity to hear from the parents of a young American who's being held hostage. His name's Hirsch Goldberg, and his incredible parents, John and Rachel, with incredible poise and patience, articulated to us what it's like to wake up for 180 days and know their son's being held hostage in a tunnel with no Red Cross access. They know he's missing an arm. They have had no medical updates. And now it's been 185 days. So I want to take this opportunity to join all freedom-loving people in the world in calling to bring them home. Let's not make it 186 days or more days. The hostages need to be released. They need to be home with their families. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the winners of the 4th Annual 6th District Congressional Art Competition. This week, I honored the winners at a reception where we displayed not only the winning artwork, but every submission, which included pieces from Guilford, Rockingham, Caswell, and Forsyth County schools. I was amazed by the remarkable artistic talent of these young people from across the Triad. First, I want to recognize the honorable mentions, a piece called Claire by Anya and Falling Man by Violet, both students from Weaver Academy. Third place was shared by 2 pieces, Fishlight by C. Hayden from Penn Griffith School for the Arts in High Point, and Smile by Quincy from Weaver Academy. In second place was The Beauty of Bodie Island by Kate from Northwest Guilford High School, and claiming the top honor of first place is Spectrum by Caden from Weaver Academy. I am truly proud to represent such talented young students, and I look forward to seeing all their future artistic achievements. With that, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
I'd like to make a unanimous request to speak for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
We haven't been in Congress for 2 weeks now, but the number one issue in the country remains what it was 2 weeks ago, because the President of the United States refuses to act. And that, of course, is the invasion across our southern border. Around the time we left, we had new estimates on the number of people who came over here. And there are estimates, nobody knows exactly the number, because we estimate that about 40 to 50,000 of the people who come across every month are what they call gotaways. And due to a shortage of people in the Border Patrol, we do not even count them or interview them or know much about them. But our estimate is that in February we had about 220,000 people come here. That was down from December, but still about 10 times the number who came across in Donald Trump's final February of his term. So we have 10 times as many. We estimate about 9,000 to 10,000 of those are unaccompanied minors. This is a crisis that demands immediate attention from the White House.
Time has expired.
And quite frankly, a little more attention from this body. It dwarfs all the other bills we have here. I hope that Congress now deals with this issue. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
The gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute without objection.
What a great amount of excitement yesterday when I left downtown Houston and went to one of our community schools to engage with young Hispanic and African American students on the eclipse that had not been seen for years and years and years. What an enthusiastic message we were giving them, that they too can stand for science and the solar system. Yet my Republican friends want to make light of some interpretation that I gave to one of the elements of this eclipse. Rather than being excited about the idea of those seeing the eclipse, Republicans again wanted to make fun. They didn't want to talk about prenatal care. They didn't want to talk about the idea of women's rights. They didn't want to talk about school student loan reduction. They wanted to talk about a Democratic member. Well, I'm glad I was standing with these children right here. Here I am, to be able to celebrate the eclipse that will not be seen for another time until 2044. It's unfortunate that
time has expired.
We didn't have this picture at least to show that someone is looking at the sun in 2017.
Time has expired.
That's something to laugh about. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to celebrate National Community College Month. Each year, community colleges help over 10 million students achieve their dreams of earning a college degree. The Massachusetts 7th, I'm so proud, is home to Bunker Hill Community College and Roxbury Community College, and I'm grateful for the exemplary work that they do for learners from every walk of life and circumstance. Their impact reaches far beyond the classroom. They deliver critical services to their communities, disrupt generational poverty, and strengthen our workforce. Further, as minority-serving institutions, the students benefit from an academic ecosystem that is rooted in community and reflective of the community. They understand that education justice includes racial justice. In Boston and throughout our country, community colleges are central to making higher education accessible for all, and Congress must invest in them like the public good that they are. That is why I was proud to secure federal funding for Boston's tuition-free program to help address our college affordability crisis so students in my district can earn associate degrees and certificates at no cost. This month and every month, community colleges are worth the investment.
The gentlelady's time has expired and yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentleman from New York, Mr. D'Esposito, is recognized for 60 minutes as a designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and to submit extraneous materials on the subject of this special order.
Without objection, so ordered.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to commemorate the life and honor the service of a murdered New York City police officer, Jonathan Diller. I rise today also to honor his wife, Stephanie, and his 1-year-old son, Ryan. They both will spend the rest of their lives reeling from the loss of a beloved husband and father in a way that none of us can fully understand. Jonathan Diller's death is a national tragedy. It's an indescribable loss, not only for his family, for Long Island, for the great state of New York, but for the United States of America and law enforcement in every corner of this globe. Horrifically, Officer Diller's death is not the only death endured by the NYPD in recent memory. Mr. Speaker, I rise today as well to honor the lives and service of Anastasios Tsakos, Jason Rivera, Wilbert Mora, Adid Fayez. We pray for these slain NYPD heroes and their families, and we remind those retired and those serving here in the House of Representatives that we will always stand with the men and women of law enforcement. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor as well the some 374 officers slain in the line of duty since President Biden began to steadily chip away at law and order in this country since 2021. President Biden and allied politicians in governors' mansions, district attorneys' offices, and right here in the House of Representatives may pay lip service to these officers and their families, but their votes, their rhetoric, their spewing of hatred tell a very different story. You see, Mr. Speaker, there is a reason why Governor Hochul's presence was universally rebuked by those, including myself, in attendance at now Detective First Grade Diller's wake. The reason, Mr. Speaker? Governor Hochul and far-left lawmakers have, at every single turn, prioritized equity over the lives of men and women who wear the uniform. They have pursued disastrous pro-criminal policies when they could have and should have pursued public safety. As a result, brave public servants and innocent Americans are paying the price in blood. And we have, thankfully, across this country, many organizations who support men and women in blue in some of our worst times. And some of them are here with us today. I want to thank Project Thank a Cop for being here and always supporting men and women in blue. See, public safety is not rocket science. So when we witness record assaults and attacks against law enforcement officers, we begin to look at those in power in these places and wonder, why are they choosing to allow this to happen? When Americans and New Yorkers watch videos of illegal migrants brutally beating NYPD officers in Times Square, we begin to look at those in power and wonder why they choose to allow these people to be here in the first place. Just minutes ago, the New York Post issued another article. It's titled, "Migrant Repeat Offenders Viciously Attack Cops During Bust for Ransacking a New York City Target." Whether it's cashless bail or open borders, the common denominator among these stories is radical, progressive policy. And the American people know, see, and suffer this reality. You see, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues, I shouldn't say all of them, but some of my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are no doubt aware that the animal who shot Officer Diller had 21 prior arrests. 21 prior arrests for charges ranging from drug convictions to assault to hate crimes. When someone like Detective Diller's killer can commit heinous acts of violence, be apprehended, and then let out on the street the same day, we have a problem. Mr. Speaker, that problem lies not with the police, not with the men and women of law enforcement, not with the men and women who put on that shield and that gun belt every day. Mr. Speaker, it lies with elected officials who have no regard for public safety. Time and time again, those elected officials have chosen to preserve this revolving door of criminality through their explicit embrace of policies like cashless bail and open borders. The American people know that it does not need to be this way, that it was not this way until very recently, until those in power changed course. Mr. Speaker, nightmares like those of Officer Diller will continue to occupy our headlines and our hearts. And you see, in places like New York, and you're going to hear from other members from the great state of New York tonight, not only is our state legislature and our governor all run by Democrats, not only are they saying that cashless bail is working, that criminal justice reform is working, they are doubling down and saying that it is better for the city and the state of New York. Mr. Speaker, I plead with my colleagues in all branches of government to come to their senses. I humbly ask that they listen to law enforcement experts, give them the tools they need. Do not take the handcuffs from their gun belt that they're supposed to be utilizing against criminals and use it on them. Let them do their jobs. I ask that they change course, that they understand in their reckless pursuit of equity and social justice, they are hurting those trying to protect. In my years as an NYPD detective, I saw enough death and suffering. We don't need to see more. And Mr. Speaker, that morning just a week ago, when Stephanie Diller gave the eulogy of her hero husband, she mentioned the funerals of police officer Mora and Rivera and referenced the speakers who said that we needed change. And she asked a simple question to those elected officials that were in that church in Massapequa, and of course, to the thousands upon thousands in the streets and the thousands listening at home. And she asked a simple question: what has changed? And the answer in places like New York, that's run by Democrats, the answer is nothing. Nothing has changed in our pursuit of justice. The only thing that has changed is people's lives have become more dangerous. Our streets have become more dangerous. We don't need to see more death and suffering. We don't need to see more nightmares like first grade detective Diller. Mr. Speaker, I now yield 5 minutes to my colleague from New York, Congresswoman Malliotakis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague, Anthony D'Esposito. And thank you for your service, Anthony, and for highlighting the dangers that our law enforcement face each and every day. As a representative from New York City, it breaks my heart to see that we are losing police officers year after year, not just to retirements and those who are fleeing our state, but those who are being murdered by criminals who should not be on our streets. We talked about how 374 police officers have been killed in the line of duty since Joe Biden became president in 2021. That includes 5 of our brave NYPD. Detective Sakos, Detective Rivera, Detective Mora, Officer Fayez, and of course the latest being Officer Jonathan Diller. We must listen to the words and the pleas of their widows, of their parents, of their family members, of their fellow law enforcement officers who are saying that this is preventable. And if we see that our police officers are not safe in cities like ours, how can the public be safe? It's truly tragic because we know it's preventable. And there are a certain number of laws that the state legislature in New York have put in place that have caused this crisis. The individuals who were responsible for the death of Officer Diller, they were career criminals. Guy Rivera, who is the one who pulled the trigger, he had 21 prior arrests, and he was still on our streets. He was most recently released from a 5-year prison stint for a drug conviction, and then he went off to parole in 2022. But he was on the streets because of a new law that the legislature passed called Less is More Act. He had parole violations, but he wasn't in jail. And that's because of the actions of our governor and the state legislature. His partner, the other perp, was arrested at least 14 times for things like robbery, assault, even attempted murder in 2001. He was sentenced to a decade behind bars, but guess what? He's back on the street. And in April, he was caught with a loaded illegal gun. The DA sought bail, but the judge agreed on bail, but not for monitoring. And so he made the bail and was released back onto our streets again. It is so tragic to see that these laws put in place by our legislature have caused the death of these police officers, but New Yorkers are being hurt each and every day by people who have not a dozen, not 2 dozen, not 3 dozen, sometimes even 4 dozen prior arrests, and they are still on the streets because of the revolving door. We just heard of another cop who was hospitalized last week after being attacked by 6 migrants at a Target in the Upper East Side. Once again, lawlessness is taking over the streets of New York City. And what you're seeing taking place is a combination of the policies of this president, open border policies, the policies of our left-leaning state legislature with the bail reform, the raise the age, as well as the Less and More Act, and couple it with the city policy that handcuffs the NYPD and doesn't allow for any cooperation for individuals who are committing crimes to be deported or at least detained. If ICE makes a detainer request for these individuals, which they have, the city won't comply. They'll just release them back on the street so they can continue wreaking havoc in our city, in our country. That is wrong. And it's not going to stop. We're not going to bring public safety to the streets of the city or this country unless we change these policies. And so the left-leaning Democrats who continue to vote for these policies, support these policies, refuse to repeal or even adjust or fix these policies, we're speaking to you tonight, and we are echoing what the widows and the children and the parents and the family members and the community where these police officers are and the millions of crime victims we are seeing across our country reside. They want action, they want it now, and we must continue to fight for it, and we won't stop until we get cooperation from the other side of the aisle. Thank you. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield some time to my good friend from Indiana, Ms. Houchin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today with a heavy heart to address the tragic murder of NYPD officer Jonathan Diller, whose life was senselessly taken while serving his community. This heinous act of violence not only took the life of a dedicated officer, but also serves as a stark reminder of the dangers our law enforcement officers face every day. Guy Rivera and Lindley Jones, the perpetrators of this despicable crime, are no strangers to the criminal justice system. With extensive criminal histories, including prior arrests for violent offenses, Rivera and Jones epitomize the threat posed by our repeat offenders who continue to roam our streets, despite arrest after arrest after arrest after arrest. Officer Diller's death clearly exposes the threat that soft on-crime policies in Democrat-led cities have brought to communities across the country. These atrocities have enabled individuals like Rivera and Jones to evade accountability and continue to live freely while law-abiding citizens and our brave men and women in law enforcement pay the price. As we mourn the loss of Officer Diller, we must also demand action and policies to restore accountability in our criminal justice system, to support crime victims, and prioritize the safety of our communities and our law enforcement officers. I urge my colleagues to join me in calling for meaningful change to prevent tragedies like this from ever happening again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield some time to my good friend from New York, Mr. Williams.
Thank you. I'm proud to join my colleagues from New York, and particularly a veteran of the New York Police Department, Mr. D'Esposito. Before serving this august body, served his neighbors and helped keep them safe. He speaks out of passion and experience on this critical topic. This is a time of soul-crushing grief for the Diller family. You know, I can't feel what you feel, but I can say this: you are not alone. Across America, people are standing up, and they are saying that this senseless violence has to stop. It cannot go on. When New York City and Albany turned their backs, letting someone with 21 prior arrests back on the street, Massapequa Park was left to pick up the pieces, left to ask questions like, how many crimes does someone have to commit? How many people does someone have to threaten to kill before you make sure they don't have the opportunity to do more damage? They want to know why, time and again, dangerous, violent criminals who public servants have the responsibility to remove from society, these people are instead free to victimize more innocent people, like Officer Diller. They want to know why they have to suffer while career criminals so often avoid real consequences. There is so much more that we must do at the policy level to prevent more tragedies like these from occurring, to prevent career criminals from destroying families like this one. Radical policies like no cash bail cannot continue. Willful ignorance from elected officials cannot continue. Preventable killings like this one simply cannot continue. And we cannot stop working until we reach the day when our nation's police officers and their families, in fact, when all decent, law-abiding folks who are just trying to get along and do the right things, when these people are able to trust that their elected officials here and at the local level truly have their back, may that day come soon. Stephanie and little Ryan, my heart breaks for you. America lost a hero, but you lost a husband and a father who was serving selflessly. And through his selfless dedication, we will not forget. Mr. Speaker, I yield back. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield a few minutes to my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
First and foremost, Jonathan Diller is an American hero. A hero whose wife will not have to grow old. She will grow old without a husband whom she loves so much. A hero whose 1-year-old son will grow up without a dad. And yet what makes this tragedy so gut-wrenching, so horrible, so foul, is the fact that it was 100% avoidable. It did not have to happen. What kind of a society are we when we let individuals who have been arrested 14 times, 20 times, more times than even that, and we keep sending them back out to roam the streets and hurt our good American citizens? What kind of a society are we when we prioritize identity politics over the safety of the American public and our law enforcement officers? This is a dangerous pattern that we see in New York, but it's all across the country. The left continues to vilify our law enforcement. The left continues to undermine or outright ignore the laws meant to protect our American citizens. The left continues to push weak on crime laws and elect weak on crime district attorneys, and that's where the blame goes. This isn't a matter of policy differences. This is a matter of good versus evil, right versus wrong, law and order versus criminality and chaos. And it cost Jonathan Diller, an American hero serving his community, it cost him his life. How many times must we lose good Americans before people wake up? And we must realize that we need to stand up for our law enforcement officers. How many families must suffer a loss and a loved one before we continue to say enough is enough, that this is it, we've had it, this is the time, this is the place. And it has to be more than words. It has to be more than resolutions. It has to be in change. And we need to make that change now. We cannot allow brave men like Jonathan Diller to die in the future. Our police already have one of the hardest jobs that anyone could imagine. We cannot make their lives harder by defunding them. We cannot make their lives harder by demeaning them. We cannot make their lives harder by demonizing them. We can make their lives harder by allowing career criminals to stay out of jail over and over and over again. We are a nation of laws, and we owe a tremendous debt to those men and women who enforce those laws. And we owe it to them. We owe it to them to pass laws that ensure that they are properly funded, and to enforce laws that keep the bad guys off the streets. I thank Officer Diller. I thank him for his brave service. And I'm praying, we all are. America is praying for his family. But as I said before, that is not enough. We must make the change. I thank my friend, Congressman Anthony D'Esposito, for bringing us all together today. And I thank him for his good work. And Speaker, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I yield some time to my good friend from California, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in solidarity with my good friend from New York, and I want to thank him for his service before coming to Congress as a law enforcement officer. And most importantly, I want to stand here today in support of our law enforcement who are currently wearing the uniform. We have similar problems in California as New York does. And these brave men and women who wake up every morning and think about the sobering and very realistic thought that today may actually be the last day of their life. And despite having that realization every morning, the realization that they may have to deal with someone who will literally try to kill them, they still get up, they still put on that uniform, and they proudly serve our communities. They do it despite the radical policies like defunding the police, despite the lunatics dressed in suits disguised as DAs like our own district attorney in Los Angeles County, who goes by the name of George Gascon. Gascon, instead of being the DA, is more like a defense attorney rather than a district attorney. He's more like the Penguin of Gotham City, who enables the deaths of his constituents and puts our sheriffs and LAPD officers' lives at risk every day. He helps the bad guys instead of protecting the innocent, instead of allowing the police to do their job. He allows for early release of felons, downgraded or no charges at all of serious offenses, most of them felonies, and zero cash bail policies instead of supporting law enforcement and law-abiding citizens. The brave peacemakers in blue wake up every morning and serve despite the fact that they are working double overtime because our county supervisors and our mayors aren't hiring enough new cadets into the academies. They get up and put their lives on the line on a daily basis despite their own elected officials who are supposed to represent them at all levels of government not supporting them. They also suffer disproportionately high divorce rates and, unfortunately, astronomical suicide rates. In my district alone, we saw 4 law enforcement officers commit suicide in just 1 week. But to the 708,000 police officers, please know this: the good guys have your back. As a former combat naval aviator and the son of an LAPD officer, I know the dangers you face on a daily basis, and I appreciate your courage and your sacrifice and that of your families. The fear your families face on a daily basis, the reality that some of you may not come home at night because evil still does exist on our streets. We are eternally grateful to you, and most people in our communities are. Each year, more than 100 cops give their lives in our defense. Last year, 136 cops were killed in the line of duty. Someone doesn't need to become a cop, or someone doesn't want to become a cop. They don't do it for the money. They don't do it for the benefits. They do it because they want to serve. They want to protect. They want to do what is right and what is noble. And there is no greater form of love than being willing to give your own life in defense of another human being. And for many of us, that's true for our kids. That's true for our spouses or close friends. We would die for them. But the amazing thing about law enforcement officers is that they wake up every morning willing to give up their lives in defense of complete strangers. That's extremely powerful, and that should be very humbling to the rest of us. The least we can do as elected officials at all levels of government is to give our law enforcement officers every dollar of funding and every policy tool to make sure that they come home at night and that the bad guys go to prison. And we should never bend the knee. Never bend the knee to an organization or human being that supports defunding or jeopardizing the lives of our police officers. I urge leadership in this body, the House of Representatives, to bring my bill, the Sergeant Steve Owen bill, to the floor for a vote. Sergeant Steve Owen, who's pictured here, was a brave sheriff who was brutally executed in broad daylight in the Antelope Valley, just like Deputy Ryan Klinkenbroomer, who is also pictured here, was shot in the head while sitting in his patrol car in the afternoon in the Antelope Valley. The Sergeant Steve Owen bill would make the intentional killing of a cop a federal felony with a punishment no less than the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. This should be the law of the land in all 50 states. And Mr. Speaker, we should all agree that that's a reasonable law. This is a reasonable punishment for such evil. May God look over our peacemakers, and I want to thank my colleague from New York for putting this special order on. And may the lawmakers and the district attorneys, the elected officials, do their jobs and take care of those who provide our communities with our security blankets on a daily basis. God bless our law enforcement officers. God bless this country, and I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Mr. Speaker, I now yield some time to my good friend from New Jersey, Mr. Kane.
Thank you to my good friend and former NYPD Detective Anthony D'Esposito for holding this special order today to honor the life and the memory of New York City police officer Jonathan Diller. On March 25th, 2024, during a routine traffic stop in Queens, New York, Officer Diller was shot by a man with 21 prior arrests who was released on parole just 3 years ago. The fact that this killer was able to be released on parole should be a shock to anyone, and is unfortunately endemic to the soft-on-crime policies that extreme Democrats are pushing across the country. This tragedy was entirely avoidable, and we as leaders must act to ensure that it does not happen again. I rise today to honor a young man who is a credit to his community and to his profession. During his 3 years in the NYPD, Officer Diller was recognized 3 times for excellent police duty. He was respected in his community and deeply loved, as seen in the tremendous outpouring of support during his funeral and wake services last week. Let us remember the sacrifices that he made and the lives he touched. We in this chamber need to make clear our complete support for the brave men and women who proudly wear the badge, risking their lives to keep our communities safe. I offer my sincerest condolences to Jonathan's wife, family, and the NYPD community. To those members of law enforcement and first responders in New York, in New Jersey, and across our country, stay safe and know that we are with you. I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I now yield some time to a good friend, a fellow New Yorker, and someone throughout his career in public service has always supported law enforcement, whether as a state legislator, as a county executive, Mr. Molinaro from New York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague, Mr. D'Esposito, not only for today's special order, but for a lifetime of service and sacrifice on behalf of the people of the city of New York and his own community. He knows firsthand the sacrifice that men and women in law enforcement make every day. And, by the way, by extension, the sacrifice their families have to offer in that service. We first today, I certainly rise in support and recognition and extend my love and prayers to the family of NYPD Officer Jonathan Diller. We heard some powerful words from his widow, reminding us how absolutely important it is that we establish policy that protect men and women in law enforcement. And instead, time and time again in the state of New York, certainly, but across the country, too many are passing policies that make the job of law enforcement that much more dangerous, undermining the ability to provide for public safety. We have to remember that Jonathan Diller was killed senselessly by a man who had previously been arrested 21 times in the state of New York. 21 times. I want to speak specifically to New York State's cashless bail policy and some of the laws that have come out of Albany, New York, that have made law enforcement that much more difficult and sadly have made this particular tragedy, the loss of Officer Diller, a sad story that gets told and retold across New York. Since the establishment of cashless bail in New York State's criminal justice system has acted as a revolving door for repeat offenders. Now, what New York has done is, instead of taking the smart way of ensuring judicial discretion, the ability to evaluate risk, and, by the way, giving local law enforcement the ability to intervene with the appropriate tools to de-escalate and to end recidivism, New York threw that all out. And the state of New York instead established a policy that emboldens criminals. Now, the response from leaders in Albany and New York and some across the country is that crime is on the decline. They point to arrest statistics as a suggestion that somehow crime is going down. Well, in places like New York, arrests aren't being made. Why? Because small business owners and main streets across the state, in neighborhoods in New York City, they know not even to bother calling in many cases because the law enforcement community is unable to respond to even the simplest of crimes. And because of that, they consistently see the escalation of crime. And those who are committed lower-level offenses sooner or later are committing higher-level offenses and maybe even taking the life of a law enforcement official, and then it's too late. 21 times that person was arrested and released before killing Officer Diller. 21 times the criminal justice system had the ability in the state of New York, if it only had the backing of policymakers, had the ability to intervene and to protect Officer Diller and the 20-plus victims that came before him. Officer Diller's death is just one more example of how incomprehensible the decision to eliminate cash bail throughout New York has made our state, my state, a community that I have served since 1994, as a whole more dangerous for men and women, small business owners and families. And we know it. For the State of the Union, I brought two upstate county sheriffs. They know firsthand how crime has continued to rise and violence continue to escalate. Because of decisions out of Albany, New York, the governor, state legislators, Democrats empowered one-party rule in my state. New York is more dangerous, and the ability to provide for public safety that much more difficult. And under current law, instead of receiving the innovative services and programs which help to discourage recidivism and empower law enforcement officials to intervene at the right moment, instead of doing that, those apprehended due to criminal activity are free to reoffend. And because of it, they are back out on the streets within moments, if not immediately, creating more victims, committing more crimes, undermining community safety, and by the way, even putting their own ability to find their way to a life free of crime, putting that at risk. Now, while touted as progressive, New York State's bail reform is anything but. New York State's cashless bail is not progressive. It is cruel and it is dangerous.
and it has put the lives of too many New Yorkers, including the life of Jonathan Diller, at risk. The first rule of policymaking is to do no harm. And cashless bail in the state of New York has only produced harm. Albany's bail reform experiment has failed. And yet the politicians in the state of New York continue to avoid the necessary question to revisit this disaster of a policy. It is time that lawmakers in Washington and lawmakers in state capitals across this country, like in Albany, prioritize public safety, prioritize supporting law enforcement, and end senseless tragedies. Prior to coming to Congress, I spent 12 years as a county executive where we focused on intervention, prevention, and diversion tools, giving law enforcement the capacity to make communities safer. New York State threw it all out, and with it has made our communities less safe and the work of law enforcement more dangerous. I join my colleagues in expressing our deepest sympathy and extend our love to the family of Officer Diller, but also to the men and women in law enforcement across New York and across America and their families. May they come home to families that love them and ultimately communities and governments that support them. And with that, I yield back.
Mr. Speaker, I think we've heard this evening from members of this body from throughout the country that we are faced with a problem. And the problem is that in far too many places, in far too many progressive Democrat cities and states, we have chosen to put criminals ahead of law-abiding citizens. And throughout the last couple of weeks, many of us who support law enforcement and support the repeal of cashless bail have heard from naysayers talking about gun violence and that Republicans should focus more on banning certain types of weapons. And I want to point out that in a place like New York, we have on the books some of the strictest gun laws in the country. I've taken myself hundreds of guns off the street as a New York City detective, and I will tell you that there was one thing in common with those hundreds of arrests for firearms. Never once was I presented with a license to carry it. You see, the guns being used to kill people throughout this country are illegal firearms, illegal handguns. Just weeks ago, the Committee on House Administration held a hearing talking about the violence here in the nation's capital. And we again, from the other side of the aisle, were poised with the questions, well, what about banning certain types of guns? And we heard from law enforcement professionals with almost 80 years of combined service. They gave us the facts, and they said, of the hundreds of guns recovered, over 90% of them were illegal handguns. You see no signs in cities that say a no handgun zone. That's not going to solve the problem. Banning certain types of weapons, those aren't the weapons that are killing people. Those are not the weapons that killed a brave hero in Detective from New York City. What we need is to have district attorneys actually enforce the law, actually live up to the oath that they took to be the highest ranking law enforcement officer in their jurisdiction. Not someone like in New York City and Manhattan. We have a rogue DA by the name of Alvin Bragg, who even before he took his oath of office, he thought that it was his job not to enforce the laws, but in New York apparently rewrite the penal code and only enforce those laws that he deemed necessary. Well, we see where that ended up. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleagues from across this country who joined with me here this evening to salute Detective First Grade Jonathan Diller. You see, when I took the oath to become a member of the NYPD, I raised my right hand and I swore to protect and serve. But I also made a promise, and that's the same promise that law enforcement officers make throughout this country when they take their oath, and that is to never, ever, ever forget our fallen brothers and sisters. And for those on the other side of the aisle, in state houses throughout this country and in this chamber, and our colleagues on the other side of the House, who think that the failed progressive policies that they've put in place are actually working, I asked them to do one thing. I remember the night when officers Ramos and Liu were shot and killed in Brooklyn, New York. And I heard the radio transmissions. I've listened to the radio transmission of Officer Diller and his partner just weeks ago when they were at what they thought was just a routine car stop. When you hear Officer Diller yell into the radio that he had been shot, I ask my colleagues who think that these failed policies aren't putting people in danger, sit down and listen to those blood-curdling radio transmissions. And Mr. Speaker, in just a few weeks from now, there will be thousands, tens of thousands of law enforcement agencies from throughout this country. They will make their way to Capitol Hill. And just the other day, they began to engrave the names of fallen officers from throughout this nation on our law enforcement officers' memorial. And we will gather. We'll gather on the lawn for the vigil. And we will commemorate and pay homage to every single member of law enforcement who died in the line of duty. On the statue at the Law Enforcement Officers Memorial, there's a beautiful statue of a lion. And underneath that lion, there's a simple quote. And it says, "It's not how these officers died that make them heroes. It's how they lived." Mr. Speaker, it is not how Detective First Grade Jonathan Diller died that made him a hero. It's also how he lived. He was a loving father, a giving husband, someone who surrounded himself with friends who wanted to be near him because he made them laugh. He made them feel special. And even with just a few years on the job, he went out into some of the most dangerous neighborhoods in the city of New York and did real police work. He was willing to stop those cars, to take those illegal guns off the street, even when he knew that district attorneys wouldn't do their best to prosecute. He went out there and did God's work. He did the work that he took the oath and swore that he would do. So, Mr. Speaker, again, I thank my colleagues for sharing this hour, not only with me, but with the family of Detective Diller, with members of law enforcement throughout this country, and with the NYPD. And every night I pray for the mayor of the city of New York, Mayor Adams, our police commissioner, Eddie Caban, and the hierarchy of the NYPD, and the rank and file, the men and women who go out there each and every day to do that great work. You see, the men and women that we've honored tonight, it's not how they died that made them heroes, it's how they lived. And I want to thank all law enforcement officers throughout this country, whether it's right here in this beautiful Capitol building and the Capitol Police that protect us each and every day, to the counties, the cities, the villages, the states, from sea to shining sea. Stay safe and realize that in a country where each and every night we watch the news and seems like in our social media streams that all elected officials are fighting against the good work of law enforcement, there are good people that are praying for them, that are rooting for them, that are making sure that they have the resources each and every day to do the job that they need to do. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I reserve.
Does the gentleman yield?
I yield.
The gentleman yields. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the gentlewoman from Florida, Ms. Sherfilis McCormick, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and include any extraneous material on the subject of this special order hour. It is with great honor that I rise today.
Without objection.
Go ahead.
The gentlelady is recognized.
Thank you. It is with great honor that I rise today to co-anchor the CBC Special Order Hour along with my distinguished colleagues, Representative Jonathan Jackson and Stacey Plaskett. For the next 60 minutes, members of the CBC have an opportunity to discuss the crisis in Haiti, an issue of great importance to the Congressional Black Caucus, Congress, the constituents we represent, and all of America. I would like to yield to my colleague, the Honorable Yvette Clarke from New York.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on this day to help shed light on an escalating crisis 700 miles from the shores of Florida. That crisis is in the island nation of Haiti. I'd like to thank my colleagues for anchoring this evening's special order hour as part of our mission in the Congressional Black Caucus. Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick and Congressman Jonathan Jackson, your leadership is tremendous. And of course, my colleague, Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett of the U.S. Virgin Islands. There is no doubt that the Haitian people are experiencing some of the most horrific times in modern day civil society. Their democracy has been suspended, and there is no viable governance. Anarchy is poised to take root, and there's no protection for the people. This is a humanitarian crisis that has reached unprecedented levels with widespread food insecurity, hunger, and undeterred gang violence filling the void and terrorizing the nation. According to the UN, 4 million people in Haiti face acute food insecurity, and 1 million are one step away from famine. Imagine the population of Los Angeles subject to severe food insecurity, violence that has led to a spike in starvation, with goods unable to move freely while people are forced to remain in their homes out of fear for their lives. Haiti is a mere 700 miles from our shores, and yet, in many ways, Haiti has been forgotten. But it is urgent, crucial, that we pay attention. American law and ethos paints the United States as a nation of immigrants. But our nation has historically welcomed mostly immigrants of European origin. Like Donald Trump, who once asked, "Why are we having all these people from S-hole countries come here?" Like some of the wealthiest people in the world who, despite being immigrants themselves, continue to push insane conspiracies, completely devoid of compassion and logic and reason. They repeatedly use the rhetoric of the white supremacist great replacement conspiracy theory, focused efforts on the erasure of Black immigrants' contributions to our nation from our history, and hoping that a whitewashed or real replacement theory of disinformation will endure. Their racial cruelty and inhumanity has only enabled maltreatment of Black immigrants as temporary workers, or worse, as criminals, rather than as legal permanent residents and asylum seekers. As political pawns rather than people in need. They describe Haitians as invaders, desperate families seeking refuge, clinging to life, and their fleeting, tenuous futures. They're not invaders. Such rhetoric reflects an ongoing 21st century vicious quest for racial hierarchy and immigration policy that deters and blocks Black refugees and immigrants from entering the United States. It is urgent that we pay attention because the Black African descendant diaspora has always been the reservoir to Black communities and Black families in the United States. From Malcolm X, whose mother was from the island nation of Grenada, to Vice President Kamala Harris, whose father is Jamaican, just like mine. And as we continue to bear witness to the hell unfolding on a small nation a mere 700 miles off our coast, we can never forget that Black history is American history. So in closing, I implore my colleagues and the administration to come together for our Haitian sisters and brothers. My co-chairs from the Haiti Caucus and I will continue to push this administration to extend TPS for Haiti and a pause to deportations. The whole country is unstable and dangerous. There's no excuse to send anyone anywhere in Haiti. So let me repeat, there is no excuse to send anyone anywhere in Haiti. We cannot give credence to those who would have us give in to fear, forsaking our American values for reasons beyond logic and comprehension. We cannot forsake our American values for reason beyond comprehension or give credence to those who give us fear, who give in to fear. Our nation rises to its greatest heights when we are guided by our hearts and compassion and moral obligations to our neighbors in need. With that, I want to thank my colleagues once again, and I yield back.
Thank you so much to our colleague, Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, for your statements. I also want to recognize Congresswoman Sheila Jackson-Lee, who has submitted her comments for the record. I would like to now yield to my colleague from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Stacey Plaskett.
Thank you so much to my colleague, to Congresswoman Sheila Sherfilis McCormick, as well as to her co-chair, Congressman Jonathan Jackson, who have led this special order hour for some time now in bringing to America, as well as to other members of Congress, the issues that are important to the Congressional Black Caucus, the conscience of the Congress. It are these special order hours which really allow our colleagues and others to understand those issues which may not get the kind of attention through media or even in our hearings that they deserve. And so I want to thank them for spending this time to allow us to talk about a festering crisis that is directly at our border, that Congress has not engaged in sufficiently to ensure that democracy continues to reign in this near neighbor of ours. The time for dawdling, procrastination, pointless disputes, reviews, and continual talking has long expired. Haiti cannot wait. Haiti is a nation that has endured a tremendous amount of misfortune. Although it holds the distinction of being the first republic of people of African descent and one of the oldest nations in the Americas, second only to the United States of America, Haiti faces a significant and ongoing humanitarian, political crises. The world has witnessed the Republic of Haiti face a profound political security crisis as the nation continues to be overwhelmed now by gangs that systematically endanger its democratic process. During this period, the U.S. has condemned the violence, imposed sanctions on gang leaders, and called to hasten the transition to elections. But that is not enough. While observing Haiti's plight, the sustained, consistent misfortune, lack of access to resource, abject poverty, and rampant corruption, one might wonder, what is the root cause of these issues? I know I have. I know others have. They have said, why are they in this situation? Understanding Haiti's disadvantaged state, we must acknowledge the ways in which the nation and its resources have in fact been exploited for many years. In the early 1800s, Haiti was forced to pay huge reparations to France in exchange for independence, which they had won fairly. They have paid to the tune of $21 billion to France, a debt that took over a century to pay off. Payment for freedom. Can we as Americans imagine paying England for the right to be independent, for winning a revolution? But France required it, and we, the United States, forced that payment on Haiti. A debt that took over a century to pay, paid to a European superpower that had colonialized and enslaved them in order to profit from their labor and the resources of the land. Like many European nations, the wealth and ease of living enjoyed by the French today were built at the expense of Haiti, Haitian people, and many other colonialized areas, affecting many generations. The continuous and often gross exploitation that organically accompanied colonial rule in places like Haiti, along with the results that followed, is something that is often ignored. We want to forget that that happened. We want to just look at this state that they are in now and not think about what brought them there, how we may have led to that exploitation as well. It is rarely acknowledged and almost never remediated. The nation of Haiti, with its past, current, and ongoing dilemmas, is a testament to the tragedy of this reality. How could a nation entrenched in billions of dollars of debt over multiple generations even begin to establish a necessary infrastructure and societal structure needed to build a semblance of normalcy and make significant progress toward economic growth and prosperity? The severity of the situation has far surpassed the usefulness of words. We in the United States must assist. We are operating on borrowed time, with Russia having already set its sights on expanding its reach from the African continent closer to our shores. Intent on capitalizing on Haiti's political instability, the Wagner Group has sought to offer the Haitian government military strength to combat the gangs. If the United States does not take immediate action, our foreign adversaries, not limited to Russia and China, may be 700 miles from our shores. That's how close Haiti is, as you've heard from Congresswoman Yvette Clarke, to the United States. This continued marginalization has negatively impacted the entire region, and in this case, Haiti, threatened to derail U.S. security and economic interest in the Western Hemisphere. In the fiscal year 2023, in our National Defense Authorization Act, We have included an amendment that directed the Department of Defense to assess the standing U.S. military force posture in the Caribbean, given U.S. national and regional security interests, and to thwart our foreign adversaries, Russia and China. Those adversaries have set their sight on expanding their reach in the region of the Caribbean and Latin America. The continued expansion of Russian and Chinese influence threatens our national security, our prosperity, and our democratic values. China's economic investments and financial assistance target vulnerable countries in the Caribbean and carry collateral conditions, including diplomatic expectations. Through their Belt Road initiatives, BRI, China has entrenched its presence by signing agreements with countries such as Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Cuba, Dominica, Grenada, Jamaica, Guyana, Dominican Republic, Suriname, Trinidad, Tobago, and others. These investments span vast infrastructure projects, including the development of major ports, highways, and energy sectors. For example, recently the Dominican Republic received a $600 million loan to expand the country's electric grid, along with a $3.1 billion package of investments. Do we not think that China will not use this as leverage? While these projects bolster economic growth and infrastructure development, they also raise concerns about the leverage and strategic advancement the investments have. What will happen to Haiti? Haiti is in a position where they need financial support. We in the United States have got to pass the Caribbean Trade Resolution. The resolution recognizes the importance of enhanced trade and investment in the Caribbean. We're also working on strengthening the existing trade relationships, like the Caribbean Basin Initiative or the sponsorship of Hope for Haiti Prosperity Act of 2023 to signal our long-term commitment to Haiti. As a member of the New Democratic Coalition, I join my colleagues in calling for renewal and enhancement of generalized systems of preference in which numerous Caribbean nations participate. Strengthening our economic partnership, the support of these nations is vital not only to their economic growth, but to our national security. As the United States' third border, the Caribbean economic stagnation directly impacts U.S. security and stability. As co-chair of the Congressional Caribbean Caucus, I'm acutely aware that the economic and political challenges facing our neighbors are complex, and as such require collaborative and sustained efforts from policymakers, industry experts, financial institutions, and civil society. We must have U.S. leadership in the region. Neighboring nations will continue to look elsewhere for support. Venezuela is another country that they're looking to. My colleagues in the Congressional Black Caucus agree that Haiti is at an inflection point, and we need to act decisively by approving the State Department's request for $40 million in funding for the multinational security support mission to Haiti. For over 6 months, this Congress has held those funds. Congressional Republicans have refused to deliver the necessary resources to carry out this mission, even as the situation on the ground has deteriorated. The instability in Haiti is not only a humanitarian crisis, but a threat to our national security. We believe that the multinational security support mission would advance the national security interests, not just of Haiti, but of the United States. It would demonstrate American leadership in the Caribbean and provide a lifeline to the Haitian people. Depending on large part what Congress does or does not do next, the situation could start to improve or, by contrast, devolve into chaos and even civil war. If we act decisively, Haiti has a fighting chance. If we dither and delay, we are likely to watch as the Haitian National Police collapses, violent gangs overrun the country, and irregular immigration to the United States and other countries surge. We recognize that, of course, there is a right and a responsibility to be careful to scrutinize the funds to ensure the State Department has explained, but we believe that burden of persuasion has been met and that it's time to release the remaining funds. We regard American leadership as indispensable in this area. What is happening in Haiti is a test of American mettle, and we must pass this test. Our hands-off and apathetic approach to Haiti is an affront to our values, a country which helped us during our Revolutionary War. Haitian men came and fought alongside our American soldiers in the American Revolution. And when they sought their own revolution, what did we do at the end but require them to pay our ally France? Our support of Haiti must be clear. We must support our democratic neighbor to the south. I urge my colleagues to support all measures that would advance stability in this nation and ensure that the people of Haiti can in fact prosper. Thank you so much, Congresswoman Sherfilis McCormick, for the opportunity to speak. I know that this is an issue that is very dear to you, not only because of your own familial ties to Haiti, but so many of your constituents as well in Florida are crying out for support for their family and friends that remain there, Americans trying to ensure that their brothers and sisters, their family members can in fact prosper. So I want to thank you for your leadership on this issue. I want to thank the Congressional Black Caucus for doing all that they can do. And of course, to my sister from another mister, Yvette Clarke of Brooklyn, thank you for always being there in the fight as well. And I yield back.
Thank you so much to Congresswoman Stacey Plaskett, and again to our Congresswoman from New York, Yvette Clarke, for working tirelessly with us. At this moment, I would like to yield to Congressman Jonathan Jackson from Illinois.
I'd like to thank the Honorable Stacey Plaskett, thank my colleague, the Honorable Sheila Sherfilis McCormick. Mr. Speaker, much of the world today has their attention focused on Gaza, and it seems as if Haiti has been ignored. But when you consider the long and difficult journey of the Haitian people from bondage to freedom, and all that has been done to destabilize and punish Haitian independence, I say to you, Haiti cannot be ignored. It would be easy to blame the Haitian people for the overwhelming violence being committed on the streets of Port-au-Prince and Jacmel and in the countryside, but such thinking would be the result of a tragic reductionism, more so intended to manipulate the facts than to teach them. Because what is happening in Haiti today is a result of what happened when empires and colonial powers conspire to make it economically impossible for liberated countries to flourish and survive. To think that Haiti had to pay France the equivalent of what would be today $21 billion in 1804, after Dessalines had declared independence, King Charles X of France, a slaver and a colonial power, had the American government, after its independence, enforce a payment to American bankers, French and German bankers, and put a tax on the Haitian people for 150 years. Haitians did not stop paying. America did not stop paying French bankers until 1947. Yes, a 150-year tax was put on the first freed African group of people to resist slavery and colonialism. How is it even possible to the world would stand by and allow France to put a tax on people of Haiti because they dared to do what Americans had done just 20 years prior to the Haitian Revolution. Can you imagine the outcry in this country if Great Britain had required America to pay a freedom tax after the Revolutionary War to make up for lost wages and profits? Americans would still be angry. Americans would be resentful. But more importantly, Americans would still be recovering from having to dedicate most of its GDP to paying an unconscionable tax for the subsequent loans and interest needed to resolve it. How did it happen that for 150 years, the nation of Haiti was trapped in a vicious cycle of economic extortion and exploitation, while the rest of the so-called civilized world acted as if making the victim pay the brutalizer was not a crime against humanity and the complete inversion of common sense? But this is what has happened to Haiti. This is the root cause and the base behind the bottomless music of chaos and violence happening in Haiti right now. The Reverend Martin Luther King Jr. said that violence is the language of the unheard. A point to which I shall add that criminality is the syntax and verbiage of the poor. People who have not the means nor the opportunity to participate and benefit from the wealth of their own country will in the end act against the national interest because the politics of bread are unrelenting. I stand with all of my colleagues who condemn the violence going on in Haiti, because the violence is never the answer. But more than that, I will call on all of the Western powers to once and for all take their knees off of the neck of the Haitian economy. The world owes Haitian people an apology and the real support Haiti has never received. America should celebrate our longest and greatest democratic ally in the Western Hemisphere, Haiti. The Haitian army fought with America in the American Revolution in Savannah, Georgia. We can end this violence not with soldiers, but with real economic investment. And if the manifest destiny of America is to be concerned about the quality of life in our hemisphere, then the investment we make in Haiti is in the fact that an investment should be as the future stability of the neighborhood we live in. Charity begins at home, our scriptures teach us. It's about time the nation and the world support Haitians' self-determination. Mr. Speaker, I yield my time to the Honorable Sheila Sherfless McCormick, my co-anchor from the great state of Florida.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I would like to yield myself the rest of my time. Today I stand before you to discuss the future of Haiti. Haiti is a country with an inspirational global history and a rich culture, but it has encountered numerous obstacles over the years, such as political turmoil and dire gang violence. Gangs currently control 80% of the capital, 1.4 million Haitians are nearing famine, 362,000 people are internally displaced, and young girls are regularly victims of gender-based violence. In short, the gang violence has caused life in Haiti to be unbearable. The Haitian people have been crying out for help, and the Republican Party has been holding up funding for the security mission to help more than 2 million people in Haiti for the last 6 months. The security mission in Haiti is critical to protecting the Haitian people and creating an environment necessary for peace, stability, democracy, and self-determination. We are at a tipping point, and we need a solution now. No debates, no political games. Haiti cannot wait any longer for the multinational security mission. Every single day we wait, we risk another life. We must end this nightmare and terror facing the Haitian people. Instead of actively working towards a solution, Republicans are holding these funds to further their radical agenda. Haiti is in our backyard. Its insecurity is a direct threat to America's security. No one wants to leave their homes. They're forced to. Despite receiving 70 briefings since October 20, 2023, Republicans continue to spread misinformation and are engaging in fear-mongering towards Haitian migrants coming to the United States. They're refusing to propose real solutions while lives hang in the balance, and our national security is under real threat. Let me be clear. The United States supports the security of the Haitian people. I commend the Biden-Harris administration and Secretary Blinken for pledging a total of $300 million to support the MSS. The Biden-Harris administration just announced an additional $25 million in addition to humanitarian assistance for Haiti. This builds on the $33 million for humanitarian assistance Secretary of State Blinken announced last month. Republicans must stop playing these political games with Haitian lives and release their hold on the multi-security mission now. The longer we hold the funds, the more Haitian people die and flee to the United States. Recently, we've seen more governors talking about this fear of Haitian people coming to our borders. But the truth is, if we step in right now and release the funding, we would have the security necessary so no one has to leave their homes. Every day we see more children, women, boys, and girls who are being brutalized, kidnapped, raped in front of their family. Rape has been used as a tool to intimidate the Haitian people. How can we stand as Americans who call Haiti and Haitian people our allies and not come to their defense? How can we stand in this very moment when we see Haitian lives every single day being sacrificed, being killed, and do nothing? How can we play these political games while we have so many family members who are dying? Being the only Haitian American in Congress and the first Democrat, it breaks my heart that we are in this place and I can see our Republican counterparts playing these games. Every single day I live in fear of hearing another family member who has died in Haiti. Every single day we have more than 1.2 million Haitian Americans living in the United States who are in fear that their family are being murdered. Right now, we have Haitian Americans who cannot be evacuated soon enough to get out the country. We have elderly people who came to the United States, who worked very hard and went back to retire in their home countries who cannot get out the country, who are being threatened, who are being beaten. We see children every single day being forced into being part of the gangs who have been tasked with burning bodies and actually shooting on the first sight when they see people. How can we as Americans every single day see these atrocities and do nothing? How do we live and have a conscience and come to Congress and continue to play games? We must do what is right for the Haitian people and the American people. We must live up to our greatness and put an end to these political games and do what is right. As the leaders of the global economy, as the leaders of the international world, let us stop playing these games and finally lead with compassion. Our strength is in our ability to come together and service all humanitarian people, all humanity. So let us act today and stop playing these games. For the last 6 months, we've been begging for these funds to be released. And to be honest with you, $40 million being released for this mission is nothing compared to what we have spent in other regions. So why not for a country that is right in our backyard? With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlelady yields back. Now, under the Speaker's announced policy of January 9th, 2023, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Snyder, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 186 days. 186 days since the barbaric Hamas attack on October 7th, in which more than 1,200 people were brutally murdered and more than 250 taken hostage. 186 days and still 133 people, including 8 Americans, are being held hostage in Gaza. Many of the 133 are known to be dead, including 3 of the Americans. Some were murdered on October 7th and their bodies taken into Gaza. Some, known to be alive in captivity, have been murdered by their captors, like Eldad Gatsir, whose body was recovered just last week in Khan Yunis. 186 days, more than 6 months. No indication of their medical status, no visits from the Red Cross, no word of when they might come home. For the families, 186 unbearable days of wondering if their loved one is dead or alive, is being tortured, or is a victim of sexual violence. 186 days is unconscionable. For many weeks, negotiations facilitated by the United States, Egypt, and Qatar have sought to achieve a ceasefire and bring hostages home. Israel has accepted the terms. Hamas has to date rejected them. The world waits for Hamas's response. As Secretary of State Antony Blinken noted earlier today, quote, "It is astounding to me that the world is almost defiantly silent when it comes to Hamas," end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise today to once again bring urgent and necessary attention to the hostages still held in Gaza. All deserve to be named, but I will list the Americans, many of whose families are with us in the gallery here today. Idan Alexander, Sagi Dekelchen, Hirsch Goldberg Poland, Omer Nutra, Keith Siegel, Judy Weinstein and Gad Haggai, Itai Chen. My heart goes out to the families and friends of those hostages who have yet to be released, who have no information about the well-being of their loved ones, whether they are alive, injured, or dead. I refuse to let the hostages be forgotten. We must bring them home. Mr. Speaker, tonight with my colleagues, we stand on the House floor imploring Congress to work to save the hostages. We also honor the families of those who were killed or taken hostage on October 7th. Tonight, a number of these families present in the House gallery continue to call for our government to do all it can to bring the remaining hostages home, including Rachel Goldberg and John Poland, parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, a 23-year-old Chicago native who attended the Tribe of Nova Music Festival on October 7th. Jonathan Dekelchen, father of Sagi Dekelchen, a 35-year-old husband and father who was 200 yards from his kibbutz when Hamas terrorists invaded the area on October 7th. After sounding the alarm for his neighbors, he joined the kibbutz's security team to push back on Hamas. His mother was also taken captive but escaped when an IDF helicopter shot at the vehicle, taking her away. Ronan and Orna Nutra, parents of Omer Nutra, a 21-year-old member of the IDF who was in a tank defending the Gaza border on October 7th. He grew up in New York and was living in Israel before attending university in the United States. Adi and Yael Alexander, parents of Idan Alexander, a 19-year-old member of the IDF who was stationed near Gaza at the time of the attack. Andrea Weinstein, sister of Judy Weinstein, who was killed on October 7th. Judy, age 70, grew up in Canada, but was born in New York. Liz Hirsch Naftali, the great aunt of 3-year-old Abigail, who was kidnapped alone to Gaza after her parents were murdered in front of her eyes by Hamas terrorists. We honor the memories of those who have died, and we pray for those who are still in captivity. I want to thank all my colleagues who have joined me here today as we work to make sure that we bring those hostages home. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days to revise and extend their remarks and insert extraneous material into the record on the subject of this special order.
Without objection.
Thank you. And it is now my privilege to invite my good friend, my colleague, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, who joined me in Israel just 2 weeks ago on a mission to understand what Israel was going through and how we could make a difference.
I thank the gentleman for yielding and for his leadership in calling together all of us in support of bringing all of our hostages home and reminding the world that Hamas still has American hostages in its grip. We're joined tonight in the gallery by several of their family members who have spent every night for over half a year praying, mourning, hoping beyond hope for their loved ones' safe return. Our number one job as elected officials is providing for the safety, security, and integrity of the American people. We cannot rest while a terrorist group that has murdered Americans continues to hold Americans hostage. Nothing is more critical than what President Biden and his administration are doing every day. He is fighting tirelessly to bring Americans and the rest of the hostages home right now through a temporary ceasefire agreement. It is unconscionable that Hamas continues to reject a hostage deal and hold over 130 hostages in Gaza. It is despicable that these sick, violent fiends refuse to allow the hostages to be reunited with their families and cling like vultures to the remains of innocent civilians they have tortured, starved, and murdered in order to use them as political leverage. Our message to these families, our regional partners, and the American people is consistent and clear. Hamas must not succeed. The hostages must come home. 2 weeks ago, I joined my colleague from Illinois, and we both led, side by side, congressional delegations, I of women members of Congress, where we met with the parents of Hirsch Goldberg Poland, who we have met with numerous times, and many of the family members that are here tonight. Rachel and John are here tonight as well, and their strength and commitment alongside all of the American families to be reunited with their loved ones is inspiring. The love of a parent knows no bounds. Once the hostages are released, we look forward to welcoming you all back to this chamber in celebration of your families being made whole again. Please know that I, personally and on behalf of my constituents, carry all of your loved ones in my heart each and every day. I'm proud President Biden and Vice President Harris have stood by Israel's side all of this time, defending the American and Israeli people and using leverage to push our allies and partners to get a deal done. There has been a deal on the table, and that continues to be negotiated today, spearheaded by President Biden, backed by Israel, Egypt, and Qatar, that will get hostages home, aid into Gaza, and a pause in the fighting. Hamas can end all the pain in hearts right here around us and in that region. If they had any interest in safeguarding Palestinians, this could all be over right now. Egypt, Qatar, and leaders with leverage must insist that Hamas accepts this deal. Anyone who wants to see a temporary ceasefire, the release of hostages, and a just and lasting peace must demand it of Hamas. It has been 186 days. Our fellow Americans must come home now. Those who have been lost must be brought home and laid to rest. And until that day, we will continue to stand together, arm in arm with these families and with our ally Israel. Thank you. Thank the gentleman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May I inquire how much time remains?
1 minute remaining.
Great. Thank you. It is now my privilege to yield 3 minutes to my colleague, Mr. Barrett from Indiana. I am proud that support for Israel and the call for bringing the hostages home is something that we work together collaboratively on both sides of the aisle.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for yielding me this time. Hamas has committed countless acts of cruelty against the Israeli people since last year's unprovoked attack. Thousands lost their lives when Hamas stormed into Israel this past October to terrorize Jewish communities and brutalize their people. Many families have mourned the loss of loved ones, while others still live with the uncertainty of knowing their family members are held in captivity. I've had the opportunity to speak with the families of those hostages on multiple occasions, including some of those here tonight. I've stood shoulder to shoulder with them as they recount the terrible pain they've experienced, as they nervously await news of their loved ones. Despite the overwhelming grief these families have experienced, they continue to share their stories to shine a light on the true scale of Hamas's inhumanity. I appreciate them for remaining in the spotlight to remind the world of the terrible atrocities committed by Hamas. Their courage is a testament to the strength of the Israeli people and all those who have been victimized by the Hamas terrorists. We will continue to fight for the release of all the hostages that are still held in captivity and stand with our friends in Israel in their struggle for their lasting security. With that, Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
Thank you. It is my pleasure to introduce my friend who also traveled with us to Israel 2 weeks ago, the gentlelady from North Carolina, Kathy Manning.
Thank you to my good friend, Representative Schneider, for bringing us together tonight to push for the release of the hostages. It's been 6 months since Hamas terrorists invaded Israel to carry out gruesome attacks, raping, mutilating, slaughtering civilians, and taking innocent people hostage. Here we are 6 months later, and 130 hostages remain captive in Gaza. I recently returned from a congressional delegation trip to Israel. I saw firsthand the savage and diabolical nature of the October 7th attack. I visited Kibbutz Kfar Aza, one of the communities that was burned and pillaged. I saw the devastating destruction that resulted when Hamas went house to house, killing people by throwing grenades in their homes, spraying them with bullets, and setting their homes on fire while young people were hiding inside. The deliberate cruelty was shocking, gut-wrenching, and unforgettable. Kibbutz Kfar Aza is where Aviva and Keith Siegel were taken by Hamas. Keith Siegel is an American citizen from my home state of North Carolina. For 6 months, Keith has been held hostage by these terrorists. I think about Keith and all the hostages every single day. Aviva spent 51 days in captivity, and thankfully she was released in November, and since her release, she has spoken out about the horrifying sexual abuse and violence she saw Hamas use on the hostages. It's hard to imagine what the women still being held captive today must be experiencing, and it's hard to anticipate the condition they will be in when they are finally returned. For the young women who are being raped and tortured, I am deeply worried that they will be pregnant as a result of their rapes in captivity. During my visit to Israel, I met with Dr. Kohav El-Kayam Levy, the chair of Israel's Civil Commission on October 7th crimes by Hamas against women and families. She is working tirelessly to gather testimony and the evidence of the sexual abuse of women and families. And she says the job of viewing and archiving the evidence is particularly tough on her staff. So are the death threats they get from people who don't want to see the evidence of those horrific crimes collected for the world to see. The accounts of sexual violence she shared can only be described as evil, carried out to inflict maximum physical, emotional, and psychological pain on women and girls. We cannot allow the world to ignore what has happened, and we cannot allow the world to forget the hostages. And the world cannot be allowed to ignore the truth that Hamas has the power to end the war they started by releasing the remaining hostages. Time and time again, Hamas has refused ceasefire deals and refused to release the hostages. It is shocking that the world is not protesting Hamas, calling out Hamas for starting this war and continuing it, hiding behind women and children and prolonging the suffering of two peoples. So let me be clear. Hamas must release the hostages and stop all the suffering they have caused and are continuing to cause. Thank you again to my dear friend, Representative Schneider, for your leadership, for organizing this time together, for us to continue to call out for every single hostage to be brought home.
Thank you. It is now my privilege to yield 3 minutes to another one of our colleagues who joined us on that trip 2 weeks ago from California, Norma Torres.
Thank you to my colleague, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to demand the immediate release and safe return of the remaining hostages in Gaza. who have now spent half a year in captivity. The words of a mother, I love you, stay strong, survive. This is the mental message Rachel Goldberg Poland sends her son Hirsch every single day. He's an American who is among the 130 hostages still held captive by terrorist Hamas for 186 days. The 130 hostages are not mere numbers. They are people with stories and families who love them and desperately want to see them home. 3 of these hostages are American citizens. Hirsch Goldberg is a vibrant 23-year-old California native who loves soccer, traveling and spending time with his family and friends. He fought for unity and equality in Israel as a leader of an initiative to bring Israeli and Palestinian children together through soccer. I spoke with his mother, his parents, who are with us tonight in Israel last month. They are in a constant state of profound trauma, not knowing whether their son is dead or alive, not knowing if their son will ever come home. All they know about their child is that their child came from survivor accounts and from watching terrorist Hamas GoPro footage of the October 7th massacre. Hirsch was last seen on October 7th with his left arm blown off by terrorist Hamas grenades, and his body was loaded into a truck heading into Gaza at gunpoint. His last messages to his parents read, I love you, I'm sorry. Despite the horrifying images, Hirsch's mother, Rachel, says that hope is mandatory. Mr. Speaker, here in Congress, hope is not enough. I join my colleagues in calling for the immediate release of all hostages held by Hamas terrorists, and I urge the administration to continue to do everything in its power to help free the hostages like Hirsch and ensure their safe return. I will not allow the hostages to be forgotten. They are not a terrorist group, political pawn, and I stand with their families in calling for an immediate return. And I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, last week there were 19 members of the Republican freshman class who were in Israel. I'm pleased to yield time to one of those 19 members, Rudy Yakum from Indiana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to continue to call for the immediate and unconditional release of all hostages being held by Hamas in Gaza. Hamas committed unspeakable war crimes 186 days ago on October 7th. Since that day, we have borne witness to stories of the atrocities committed by Hamas from survivors of the attack and from hostages who have been released. Last week, I traveled to Israel and saw the aftermath of Hamas's slaughter. We witnessed firsthand in kibbutz near Oz, which prior to Hamas's attack had 400 residents. In that kibbutz, we walked through homes where men, women, children, and elderly were murdered or taken hostage. It is estimated that 25% of Nir Oz's residents were either killed or abducted and taken hostage by Hamas. Hamas showed utter disregard for human life. I also met with Rachel Goldberg and John Pollan, whose American-Israeli son Hirsch was taken hostage by Hamas. Hirsch remains in captivity today. I am grateful that Rachel and John are here tonight, along with several other families whose loved ones are being held in Gaza. I admire your strength, especially in a time of such immense hardship. Know that your loved ones are not forgotten. We must continue to call for the release of every last hostage until they have all come home. The fastest way for this conflict to end is for Hamas to release every hostage and surrender. It is past time to bring them all home. I thank my good friend, the gentleman from Illinois, Brad Schneider, for organizing tonight's special order. Thank you for your leadership, and I yield back.
Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce from the state of Massachusetts, my friend Jake Auchincloss.
Today we stand against anti-Semitism and in solidarity with the hostages and their families. We stand together against the depravity of Hamas, holding innocent men, women, and children hostage for 6 brutal months. We proclaim with one voice that the hostages must be returned immediately and unconditionally. We stand together against the surge in anti-Jewish and anti-Israel hate crimes. We proclaim with one voice that anti-Semitism and the delegitimization of Israel have no place in our country. My forebears in Ukraine learned through torment that hate may begin with solitary, anonymous acts of desecration, but it does not end there. Hate does not end unless we drag cowardly anti-Semitic actions into the daylight, bear witness as a community to their personal and penetrating effects, and resolve together that we are our neighbor's keeper. I am committed to all measures that will counter the scourge of anti-Semitism and that will hasten the return of the hostages. And we must all strive for an America that is true to its ideals and an Israel that is secure and democratic, where in both countries all sit under their own vines and under their own fig trees, and none shall make them afraid. I yield back.
Thank you. It is now my privilege to yield 4 minutes to my friend, the representative from New York, Dan Goldman.
Thank you to my friend from Illinois for scheduling this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the time. I rise here tonight once again to lift up the 133 hostages, innocent babies, grandparents, young women who have suffered from awful sexual abuse, and so many others, who were all brutally and illegally captured on October 7th by Hamas, a terrorist organization which has held them in treacherous conditions for 6 months. We don't actually know how many are alive because Hamas has violated just about every single humanitarian law that exists and will not provide a basic list of those who are alive or even provide wellness checks and daily medication to the elderly. 8 of these hostages are Americans, 3 of whom are sadly now confirmed dead. 3 weeks ago, Itai Chen, a 19-year-old soldier in the IDF who was on the border of Gaza on October 7th, was determined to have been killed on that fateful day. Hagit and Ruby Chen, Itai's parents, and my constituents who are here tonight with several other families of hostages have fearlessly and courageously led the families of hostages to focus our attention on the urgent need to bring them home. But Ruby and the other hostage families should not have to work so hard to keep the hostages front of mind. Since when do Americans show indifference to 8 of our own held hostage by a terrorist group? Since when do international organizations and democratic countries around the world simply allow a terrorist group to hold hostages from 26 different countries captive for 6 months with deafening silence? Is it only because they are Jewish that they are viewed differently? We all want this conflict to end. We want the violence to stop. So let me give you 2 simple actions that can end this conflict immediately. First, Hamas can lay down their arms and relinquish control of the Gaza Strip. And second, And most importantly, Hamas must release all of the hostages, including the deceased bodies. That will end this today. There was a permanent ceasefire on October 7th when Hamas executed the worst terrorist attack on the Jewish people since the Holocaust. Hamas has vowed to repeat that attack over and over again if given the opportunity. Just imagine if after 9/11, Al-Qaeda controlled Mexico or Canada and vowed to continue to attack the United States from our own border again and again. Would a single person in this country have called for us to retreat and let Al-Qaeda remain in power next door, poised to replicate 9/11 again? Of course not. There are many calls for some kind of a ceasefire. And there's no question that some kind of ceasefire is long overdue, even though everyone seems to have a different understanding of the term. No question Israel must do its part. The Israeli government must increase humanitarian aid so that displaced Palestinians can get the food and medical care they need. And they have been doing that much more robustly since a conversation between President Biden and Prime Minister Netanyahu last week. And the Israeli government must be willing to enter into a reasonable agreement to stop the violence and get the hostages out. But one requirement of any reasonable, rational ceasefire agreement must include that the innocent, tortured, illegally held hostages are released. I challenge anyone in this building, in my district in New York City, or in any of the 435 districts around this country to publicly say that a ceasefire agreement of any kind need not include the return of the illegally abducted hostages. But Israel has no control over the hostages. Hamas does. And so if any reasonable ceasefire agreement necessarily includes the return of hostages, and it must, then there can be no ceasefire agreement of any kind if Hamas is not a party to that agreement. So if you are calling for a ceasefire, then you must call on Hamas to release the hostages. And so I say to our administration, I say to my colleagues on both sides of the aisle, on both sides of this Capitol, I say to our allies around the world, Hamas and the countries that harbor and communicate with their leadership must feel much greater pressure to release the hostages. More and more are dying every day. We must bring them home. We must bring them home now. I yield back.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, is there any time remaining?
The gentleman has 1 minute remaining.
With your indulgence, I would like to read into the record the statement from our colleague from Maryland, Mr. Steny Hoyer. Mr. Speaker, I rise today.
The gentleman suspend. The gentleman's request was to read into the record. Is that correct?
Yes.
Statement?
Yes. If that's allowed by the rules.
He can insert the remarks into the record.
What I would like to do is, on behalf of our colleague of Maryland, Mr. Steny Hoyer, submit for the record his statement talking about American hostage Itai Chen, who was deemed to have been murdered on October 7th. His family is awaiting to bring his body home before they honor him with a funeral and sit the Jewish tradition of Shiva, 7 days of mourning. They will not have that opportunity to sit Shiva until Itai's body is returned. We all join with the Chen family, with all of Israel, waiting for the return of every hostage, not just those living, but those who are deemed deceased. And I thank the Speaker for his time today.
The gentleman yields back.
Yes.
The chair would remind members that the rules do not allow references to persons in the gallery. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move that the House does now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow for morning hour debate.